eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. 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 Eat the cat.
There have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused.
Eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. 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 Eat the cat.
The Springfield, Ohio Police Department has debunked this very bizarre and very hateful.
The cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
We rate this on the CBS confirmed
Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
in the county.
Eat the cat. 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 They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
In
Eat
any way,
the
shape, or
cat.
form.
Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
No eating dog, you cats.
Eat the cat. 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 They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Sark, is that you?
I hate you 3000, Pete.
We'll stop you. I brought a friend.
You know how long I've been waiting for this. You and your friend can't stop me. You're all in danger. I am the danger.
What's up, Danger?
This is Peak, bro.
Did someone say peak, bro?
Yeah!
That's my shoulder, bro. None of you are strong enough to defeat me. You're all doomed.
Did someone say strong? Hey, it's me, Goku, and I will not let you destroy my world!
All of your families are doomed.
You don't turn your back on family.
You're all doomed.
We won't give up.
I am doomed.
And I am Steve.
I am Doom, I guess.
What the fuck? How'd you like that one, Rookie? Thought that was a great. That's where we're going. It's literally the Fortnite-ification of entertainment. That Vito
for like a
brought
second,
us
I was like, that's a little. That's not that funny.
It's one of those where I'm like, mildly humorous, and then.
No, it's
I
one of
feel
those
like
where I'm
other
like,
people
I
that would be
feel
like,
like this will happen in the next Avengers movie. Like, I don't see why it wouldn't, but it'll be chicks, though. You know. Maybe.
Oh no, not chicks.
Well, not hot chicks. not
fag.
chicks represented. Not chicks presented hotly. You know.
Oh man, Captain.
I have that in my. I'm gonna like add that to my phone. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. He says, "Eat the cat. Eat the cat." It's like saying an order. Like you eat the cat, okay? You eat them.
Oh, that might have been one of the other things I wanted. Let me see if I sent it to myself to show you.
It sounds funny. Yeah.
No. If
anybody says we're late today, we're more on time than we were the other times. So.
Yeah,
that's an improvement. There you go. Better than nothing. No show. That's good.
Oh, come on, I knew it's got to be close.
And I'm just glad StreamYard has a dark mode. You guys can't tell from your ends.
I didn't know you didn't know.
Bright light. It's brand new.
It's
Angus.
been a minute. I've had it in dark mode already.
Well, it finally told me that's the thing. I didn't know where the option was. So fuck you. They finally made it like officially official on its thing. So you can go F yourself.
Huh.
You never thought to tell me this. So you just like, nope.
I didn't think of it. Like,
you're just selfish. You're just selfish. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, you got
That's
me.
all we
You
got.
me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we should start with the Edge of Tomorrow. So we're gonna have a lot more invested in the Harry Pothead discussion. Because Rookie, it's funny, we're talking, and it's just I just had the thought of like, let me look in, like, let me see what's on YouTube about this. And wow, there's a lot. There's a lot.
Because Angus tells me that he wasn't allowed to watch the satanic Harry Potter. And I'm like, what?
Well, no, it was
So-
more of looking into like I still got to do way more research to find like how big a scope is this, or is it just like fear mongering? But the whole like it's a gateway to Wicca or whatever. It's like, yeah, I can see that. You know, it opens the door. It's just like Hercules. Well, yeah, you didn't grow up with religion though, so it's like, what do you know? Hercules, you could argue, is like a gateway to Hellenic polytheism, which kind of intermingles with Wicca. But it's just like, I mean, it could just be like, oh, this gets you into history, and then Gladiator comes out and Troy, so you just get into Greco-Roman stuff, and eventually, if it sticks around, you start digging into history, 300 as well. That's a gate. I think those are gateways. Like, that's why I get irritated when historians who should understand the propaganda of history as well get like so butthurt about 300. Like, that's not historically accurate. It wasn't just Greek unity. Like, this is like mythologizing the story. It's in the spirit of the storytellers of old.
I remember I was in middle school when that came out, and there's somebody that was like, 300 is such a fake movie. There wasn't any giant elephants in the old times.
Well,
actually. I mean, not giant elephants, Angus, not normal elephants.
Wait, are they giant in the movie?
Yeah, they're like huge.
Huh.
They're
okay.
like,
I never really paid. They're pretty quick.
Size.
They don't really show
they're
them a lot.
elephant size. Yeah,
They don't really
they're
show them a
elephant
lot.
size.
So it's like,
but they're like on a cliffside, and they're like elephant size, and they just knock them down the cliff. So.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember the rhino.
Then they throw the like grenades at them and stuff. Essentially.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, I'm curious about that. Invention of gunpowder. I think the Chinese did it. Gunpowder is believed to originated in China in the 9th century, so they're about 1,300 years off. Little problem there, but
well, it was made by Zack Snyder, so what does that matter?
I don't know. Like, I'm actually curious because it's like, well, that appears to be probably the first documented, but like, what's the history of it? I'm sure there's like precursors before we get like formalized powder, because people were like doing tricks and stuff. I'm sure there was some sort of like explosive tricks back.
I'm sure fireworks were probably a thing before.
Well, like fireworks are tied to gunpowder. I'm pretty sure gunpowder happened before fireworks, would be my guess. But there's probably like firework precursor where it's like, what's the start? I'm trying to pull up the video of concern with Edge of Tomorrow, because what do you think of Edge of Tomorrow, Ricky, for the audience?
Yeah, it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, for sure. It was pretty neat premise where he's in a time loop sort of situation, and I like how they show his progression of how he deals with it, and like every single time he resets, he has to pretty much start over with everything, and there's only one girl that is aware of this, but he still has to remind her every time. It's kind of like a 51st dates thing, I guess, where like, he remembers all their interactions. She doesn't remember interacting with him ever. So every single time he learns from her, she forgets about him pretty much. And, people are probably, he's about fighting an alien war. The alien war part's that's like the less interesting part of the movie to me, because the way they made the aliens and the way their power is kind of explained is kind of dumb and all that stuff. So, that could have been a little better. But the character stuff with Tom and the girl are pretty good, which apparently is very similar to Groundhog's Day. Other than the time loop, there's also a super relationship aspect to that movie, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So what do I know?
I don't really like Bill Murray. My favorite Bill Murray is Garfield, and that's like heresy to Murray people, but fuck Bill Murray. It's not that funny. I get when it came out, it was new to you, but me coming in older, retroactively, not being indoctrinated with Bill Murray. I'm like, oh, Groundhog Day. Or no, not Groundhog. The Groundhog movie. The movie The Groundhog, aside from the real one, Pakistani Phil. Gopher. It's the gopher. That's it. Another rodent. Caddyshack. I love his retarded character. I'm just like, 'cause he's like fighting this goofy gopher. It's like pestering him and digging up holes. It's like it's a little puppet, and he's doing like they keep it within like animal. Well, he doesn't talk, but he's clearly personified his actions, his like intent, harassing this golf courseman. I don't know what groundskeeper, I guess. I'm just like, Looney Tunes does it way better. Like, what's up, James Domenico Graban? Hope I said that correct. Oh, cool. You got a Roman Senate eagle. That's cool. Nice. But yeah, okay. So I haven't watched this, so we're both going to react to it fresh because I saw this in my feed, and I'm like, cool. It's a guy I've wanted to stream with because like he's in the Vex Electronic camp. I think I found him through her Twitter, and so I subbed. But then also everybody I've watched, I'm mostly in disagreement, just like her content, but I like her, if that makes sense. We're very disagreeable about her perception of things, but it's like I respect it.
But she's an okay chick.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a breath of fresh air, just like Kay did or somewhere. It's like a chick who isn't like building a simp army, then acting dumb about it. Like, oh, people just like what I say. Like, okay, like,
yeah, she's not afraid to go against the grain either. So that's
yeah. She's in our camp of like we're willing to friendly fire fuckers in our side.
Hell yeah.
So that takes balls because money's online. Everyone just fucking caves like a certain tribe in the Levant. All right, let me present this. Let's see what he's got to say about a sequel idea to Edge of Tomorrow,
which I wouldn't necessarily want to see, but there's only an idea or two I think would be worth exploring. But we'll see what this guy's saying.
Here we go. Oh, I haven't muted. Fuck me.
Well, you should probably change that.
Just wait. I think I'm okay.
Boom.
On your feet, maggot. Maggot.
Well, boys, there's no other way to cut it. Edge of Tomorrow flopped at the movies. The numbers don't lie. And I'm not going to go over the box office numbers here because numbers are for dorks.
I thought everybody
loved
loved
to
this
take
movie,
my
for the most part.
People that saw it love it, but
most people liked it.
Wait, okay, actually, we're gonna investigate this box because I know it like broke even at best. I think. I don't know about home release and how long term, kind of like Joe Dirt effect. It might have had like streaming. It's kind of like 2014, so people are still going like Redbox.
Well, I guess so. Like when he says you bombed at the box office, did that mean it didn't make that much money, or compared to what their budget was, they didn't make that much back by comparison?
Made 370 million, but it cost 178, and then there's a lot of promotion for it. So let me see reception. They invested 100 million on the marketing. So
okay.
I don't know if that counts for the budget or if that's extra, but let me see. When did it release so I can compare it to other movies that came out? May 28. All right, so May 2014 movie releases. All right, so X-Men Days of Future Past came out the week before. Let me see. Amazing Spider-Man. I remember going to theaters for that. Godzilla 2014. Maleficent. That was a pretty big deal for Disney. It's like one of their first live action takes.
I think that one was top 5 that year. It sounds like Edge of Tomorrow had a lot of stiff competition.
Captain America Winter Soldier. I'm trying to see what else. Looks like the only big Lego movie was still in theaters, but yeah, it came out in February. So shit. No, back. Release date. All right. So the 28th. Some of these I don't know of at all. But yeah, there's definitely big films that got in the way, like Captain America. So that also, I think, probably hurt them. But anyway, so that makes sense. And then I don't know what it seems like it's got a good score. I think it's like an 80% Rotten Tomatoes. So I think it was critically pretty well received. So it's just one of those like didn't pan out.
My word for it. It didn't do well enough to warrant a sequel. At least that was the case until it hit the home video market and streaming services. Now everyone highly praises the movie for its innovative storytelling and the fact that we got this shot of Emily Blunt.
Yeah, many times.
Best way to pitch Edge of Tomorrow? It's Groundhog Day meets aliens on a Private Ryan steroid stack. What if you could relive the beach landings of Normandy scenes over and over again? What if we...
Hey, Grandma, remember how shocked and near heart attack you were seeing Saving Private Ryan's opening? What if you could do that on repeat?
Gaslight Grandpa into thinking he fought aliens instead of the Germans. That would kind of rule if he was still alive. The main character, Cage, played by Tom Cruise, is less of a gung-ho hero and more of a coward, Wile E. Coyoteing his way through every respawn. He's been shot, stabbed, crushed, electrocuted, hung, and burned alive. It's hilarious.
Holy fuck!
Come find me when you wake up.
Squish.
Cage comes to the realization that he lives in a time loop from hell. And the only other...
Wait, I'm just thinking when he gets ran over, what if it only like got like his crotch and like his leg?
Right, it doesn't kill him. Just
and so they just put him in like the OR, you know, and he like wakes up and like, oh fuck, we're lost. We're having to medevac everybody out of here.
Yeah.
So he just keeps lingering and lingering. No one can like kill him.
No.
The person that can help is Full Metal bitch Rita. Don't let the name fool you. She's not a bitch though. She's a very lovely lady.
Just wait. I think I'm okay.
With her help, they find out the mimic aliens live in a time loop as well, where they've played out every infinite number of scenarios in which they win. And that's why they're kicking Earth right in its balls, with Cage and Rita being the only pair of testicles left. The only problem with all that was none of that was in the goddamn trailer. See, it was originally called All You Need Is Kill. And the alcoholic marketing director read his notes as he drank a fifth of Tito's vodka before calling a meeting. First of all, we can't call it All You Need Is Kill. It sounds too Jap, too English, you know. We'll call it Edge of Tomorrow. Gary in the back protests. Edge of Tomorrow? Edge of Tomorrow kind of sounds like a romance novel. We could call it Live, Die, Repeat. Oh, look at the big brains on Gary. How about you repeat after me, Gary? I'm going to shut the fuck up. The marketing director pukes, blacks out.
I like his effort to make
hold.
a little boardroom argument for the editing. That's pretty funny.
No, yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah.
The shit on his desk when he does. And that's how the marketing campaign treated Edge of Tomorrow. It did mediocre at the box office, but gained a cult following at home when the studio listened to Gary and called it Live, Die, Repeat. This small title change tells you all you need to know about what you're getting into with the movie. Now most people are clamoring for a sequel, so let's give the audience what they want. But how would that look? Let's first draft this treatment.
Stand by to deploy.
The sequel picks up 25 years.
The sequel takes up when we're at the funeral of Bill Paxton's character because he's fucking dead. Thank God.
Yeah, you hate Bill Paxton.
I fucking hate Bill Paxton. But I'll say this: like, I hated how much I liked him in this movie because he like nails a stereotypical like drill sergeant, you know, just loves the thrill of death seeking, you know, military, like he nails it.
Yeah, what's up, Keely
Years
Chow?
after-
Popping in the chat.
What is
Keely
that?
Chow.
Destroying the Omega. Cage and Rita have built a peaceful life together, enjoying a world free of alien threats. Cage, however, carries a secret. The destruction of the Omega at Verdun has granted him an evolved ability to relive his entire life from that point onward. He cherishes this power, using it to perfect moments in their lives together, all while hiding the magnitude of his ability from everyone, including Rita. I mean, think of the best blow you ever got. Yeah, he's reliving that day over and over again. One day, Cage experiences a haunting vision of a new mimic invasion. These new aliens have adapted, possessing a similar ability to foresee and react to future events. So in essence, they're living their best sloppy toppy day as well.
One thing I don't
new
really
war-
like about Edge of Tomorrow is the like biological ability for the aliens to time loop, essentially.
Yeah.
That just seems really dumb to me. Just like,
Well, it's like-
and then how it transfers to him. It's just like, I don't know, you're an advanced alien race anyway, right? Like all this, I don't know, living out all the scenarios and doing the best one. Just, I don't know, this doesn't sound interesting for a story in and of itself, with it being biological or like a point of evolution of some kind. If it's like a technological thing they can use sometimes, I'm a little more okay with that. I don't know.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like our train of thought leans into like, well, make it more scientifically believable, so it fools us more. The illusion,
And more grounded in like rules that can be applied. But I know it's a sci-fi. Like I know there's, I know I like the movie. Okay,
well,
people that would
if you have this power to, you know, I feel like this is a world that can have portals and multiverse. You know, it's just like it's a really over the top ability that's just physical.
It's not even just that. I mean, like I would feel like life is so pointless at that point. Like you can just repeat anything you want ever to however you want it and whatever.
Honestly,
like,
how would they progress?
Like,
because there'd be so many pockets of like at least the upper echelon that just keeps resetting all the time, and they're not in agreement, so everyone keeps resetting at different points. And how
there'd be a lot to keep track of too, like for one entity essentially.
Sick Lad says, I saw them as some sort of cosmic parasites just floating about the universe. Well, that's the other thing. It's like this feels like it would lend itself to intelligence, and they're intelligent enough to like invade. But you think like, I don't know, they would figure if they can do this and be intergalactic like space tentacle biomech things, you'd think they would figure out some like Transformers where they have like incognito droids or something to like seamlessly just, hey, let's open the space borders. Why are you afraid of immigrants? Like it's literally happening now on Earth. You know, in America. So it's not a crazy leap of faith. I mean, maybe back in 2014 we would think this idea is crazy with the immigrant angle, but look where we're at now 10 years later, and I don't know, I just feel like there's way more can of worms with this power. I know it's like the whole impetus of the story, but really kind of falls apart when you start thinking about it, or like, well, why didn't they do this, or they're what.
Well, and yeah, so like that's not really me commenting on like this guy's point in the video. It's just more he's saying like the other aliens have come back and they've evolved more. I'm just kind of like, I don't even know what that means at that point, if they already can just kind of relive everything and change it how they want to. Like, I don't know. It just seems it doesn't seem as interesting, especially with what they show.
Well, yeah, they do like
having the ability onto a human and like watching him experience it this way, I think is interesting.
Well, it
just like an
makes
alien with the power. I don't know.
Yeah, it just makes me think like, why would they, if they can do all this and they can travel intergalactically, even if it's like on an asteroid, but it's so coordinated and strategic, the fight to begin with, there's like, why would they just not instantly attack all the capitals or heads of state? You know, it just,
I kind of wish there was like a limit on the power. Maybe that's what
the intelligence doesn't match the power and the strategy. Is my problem. Like they're a horde, but then they're doing something really smart, and
like I guess how I'd want it is like it's an ability that you can only use like a certain amount of times with that species, and like, you know, maybe with humans they can kind of use it a little more because they're lesser. I don't know, they don't use as much of it. I don't know, or you can't go as far back with it. I feel like some type of limiter on it would make it better, because you can't just spam it forever. Like you have a limit in mind of what you'd want to expend. So you have to strategically be like, all right, we're going to do everything we can do without resetting. Like we've got to be able to do something. We can't use all our resets. We got a certain amount of resets. That would be more interesting to me. But I don't know what you think.
Yeah, Stoney says, so what I'm hearing is there's a species that has time control powers and somehow humanity isn't already wiped out. Yeah, it makes no sense. They should just, I mean, I get it's entertainment and it's like, oh, here's like a problem.
We have to like suspend a bit for it to work in that way. I get it, but still, I'm gonna voice it. what might improve it.
This works way better if it was like Day the Earth Stood Still, 1950s, Cold War starting, nuclear age. This is like a fun idea, War of the Worlds, you know. But now, with the general intelligence of the audience and knowing behind the scenes, knowing inspirations of stuff, etc., being more scientifically aware as an average citizen in the West, it's so easy to start poking holes. We're like, wait, what? Like they can do this, but they're dumb enough to settle for a D-Day counteroffensive by humans that are still using bullets.
Well, it's like you can reset reality, not just
they literally have like robot bodies, exoskeletons, but they're still just shooting bullets. But then they know about these alien powers, and you think they'd be reverse engineering some of the tech, but all they figured out was to make exoskeletons, and they're still, you know, airdropping people, like air assaulting them.
Yeah, honestly,
and they don't have jetpacks.
When they put Tom Cruise in the thing, I was like, wow, that's like a lot of machinery you're wasting on a guy that you don't even want to be here, really.
Oh, that's the other thing, is he's a coward.
Like, wow, he's a coward, and you just gave this coward that doesn't want to fight at all a suit. And then you also don't tell him how to use the suit, but you also expect him to participate. That was one of the bigger flaws in the movie. It's like that did not make any sense. It's, I don't know. That's weird decision. I don't really believe that would happen that way. That's why, like, if he was on the team to do something else, or he ran away into something, like, or if he ran away and that's how he found the alien with the
like thing. Iron Man.
Yeah, but like, you know, ran away a bit so that he finds the thing, but that would be on accident. Nobody else is running away from battle. He runs away. He stumbles into the thing that hasn't been found. That lines up a little better than him just being a coward and on the field.
Yeah, he tries to defect or disobey. They arrest him, and then they're going to like haul him further in country to like jail. And then during the transfer, the battle actually spills out from like the front, and he gets hit, and so he has to like, oh fuck, you know, there's like you know, armed escorts, and so he has to like commandeer a dead guy's suit and try to figure it out. And he's like, oh shit, okay, fuck, okay, now I'm getting this, you know. And it's just out of desperation, kind of like, you know, like Jar Jar kind of in Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
something like not as silly, but like that.
Yeah, and I'm just getting at, and this is how the special alien gets found, because they're like, it's a rare alien. They don't see many of them on the battlefield. It's very important. And it's like, yeah, most of the soldiers aren't just going to run into it. So having him being a coward trying to run away, I think that'd make more sense that he runs into it. It would be hiding. He tries to hide, finds it, kills, or, you know, shoots it.
Yeah. Also, like later at that farmhouse, it's just like they're just hiding. They're just in the ground waiting.
Yeah.
You think
just like to dig holes, and
they're already invading our planet. You think they'd be proactive and just start killing everyone? But like, he's in country, and he like kind of goes further back in the front or whatever to like, I can't remember where the base is that he talks to the general, and then, you know, gets duped and stuck in this scenario, gets demoted.
Right.
But he goes back there, so it's not that far from the front. At least they show it like it's like, oh, I just drove a couple hours and I'm here.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Not too far away, really.
I don't know. Like,
I don't know. Let's continue this idea. So yeah, we weren't really just pointing his idea. It's just I was just voicing stuff about the movie that I don't know if we talked about on here yet. So
no, it's just, yeah. Neither of us have watched this. I was aware of this, and I'm like, oh, this will be fun with Rookie, because I saw this pop up my feed, and then we ended up watching it, and then after I'm like, oh, how can we do a sequel? And it's like, how about we don't? So I wanted to see what his pitch is, and already he's like, oh, just happy ever after, but now they've evolved, and He can like reset any point
he
in his
can
life.
reset
It's like-
himself, yeah, and it's like, okay, but again, so I imagined it being that this would be far more depressing, and having it be that he can't reset himself, or he's not sure if he can, because that would involve getting killed. Because when he says that he can reset himself, I mean, they made it a point that he can't, or that he shouldn't be able to, right? At the end of the movie, so he just kind of is able to.
Well, no, because he got blasted by like the core unit of the region when he kills himself at the end.
Oh, at the very end.
And so then he resets like further back.
During that battle sequence, I was kind of tuning out at the final battle.
Yeah, so he resets to the day he gets
Okay.
demoted. It's like the day before.
Right. Oh, right. He super goes backward. Right.
Yeah, so it's like, wait, is this whole thing just going to be reverse engineering their invasion? But then, like, at some point, they're coming to the planet. And so people are just like, huh, yeah, right, man. Okay. Like, how's he going to be like, hey, shoot nukes into space at this target? You know,
Right.
that's what it seems the progression is just reversal.
But also, it's just like I think it'd be interesting to have it be him not being, because when he says he can just reset back to any point in his life, like I think it'd be interesting to explore. Does he like feel himself dying, or like does he remember what it felt like when he got killed, or when all these different ways he got killed? All of them weren't instant, right? Like, does he remember?
Well, he
those?
hid the key.
Is he ever worried? Is he ever worried about like, well, what if the next time I get killed, that's the last time I'm killed? Like, does he have a fear of death? Does he not give a crap about it? Is he depressed about it? I feel like that's where he would go. The way that this guy is pointing out is that he'd probably be happy. He can relive all these moments and stuff. And I don't know. That sounds depressing to me in a way. Like, the more you can do this, it makes it less valuable. You can just relive the stuff and make it how you want. I don't know. Like,
yeah, I feel like it would become a Dr. Manhattan problem at some point. And be like, what's the point? And you just check out mentally.
It moves the value of that stuff, and the person you do these things with don't remember certain things you did when that happens. So
also,
I
think you would get caught. I think you get caught because you would just offhand be like, "Oh man, I remember when you." It's like, I've never told you that, and it's like, like
it'd be a lot of information to keep up essentially as well, and deceitful. I don't know. Like, it just. He'd have to not be a good guy in the next movie. I feel like this is going villain route or suicidal.
Yeah,
if we were to follow him, which is why I think it'd be an interesting story to see how he deals with it. But it sounds like he's setting up another war scenario. Which, all right, let's just hear the rest of the idea too.
I got sick of that. It says makes no sense. I mean, for the aliens, they're a hive mind, but for that ability to pass over to literally anything else is Hollywood. So he says,
I hate hive mind scenarios too, Angus. I'm so tired of hive creatures.
Now you get it. Now you get why aliens irritates me.
The aliens one doesn't irritate me as much, but the amount of sci-fi things that has hive mind stuff, and even Avengers and all these things, like, guys, can you just like have them be individuals at all? Like, the hive mind thing just is so lame, and it's so easy to defeat them all like that.
Oh, like, yeah, I hate it. With, like, it's not as defined like that with Thanos' Chitauri, but they're basically just a faceless hive, and they're all just singing the same thing.
Well, I guess to clarify, so in the Phantom Menace, they have the droids that essentially get all shut down when you destroy the one Federation ship, but they fixed that in the second one. So they learned from that. I mean, they have the droids on like a single power thing, or like their own individual ones instead of a mass shutdown or something. Because a bunch of those ships get destroyed, and droids don't just shut down. So like if you learn from having a hive mind and you improve on it, that's okay, I think. Rather than just here's hive minds. I hate hive minds, man.
Yeah, so anyway. He says, you know what? The aliens are demons. There, now it all makes sense.
We'll get to that soon. We'll get to that soon, Stoney.
War with Earth is coming, and it sucks. Cage immediately senses the urgency, but does not want to disrupt the peaceful life he and Rita have built. Nonetheless, his instincts push him to act, setting the stage for a covert investigation into the world's readiness, or lack thereof, against such a threat. Cage
hold on,
embarks a
pause
mission
again.
to
So this is another thing I would have an issue with this guy's character. Like, so you have this alien invasion knowledge and everything. I'm not sure how it would play out when you reset back to where you did in the first film at the very end. But let's say you end up you kill all the aliens that would have invaded. Let's just say that. I feel like preparing the Earth, honestly, I don't know. Like, I feel like somebody would know it at some point, even if he resets. Like, people would know that he can reset. Like, assuming he goes forward with his stuff, and he can only go back a certain amount. That he can. I assume there's still a limit on him resetting, right? Meaning people would know that he can reset. And like that, I would assume he'd be trying to actively improve Earth's defenses because aliens exist in the universe that can attack and destroy Earth.
The reset doesn't make sense because like, I'm blasted, so I reset before the battle instead of like, I'm at like that point where I should have died.
Right.
It should be a way tighter window, and so he gets blasted at the end by the goo of the super control thing, and goes back like a day before the battle, and so now he's got more readiness, and he's got his rank as like basically a propaganda officer.
Yeah.
Joseph Goebbels. That was a Nazi propaganda guy.
Right.
I don't know. It's just the more I think about it, the more disappointing this movie is.
It was already
like
it's a good concept, and it's acted well, and like the character dynamic is done well, but especially the alien stuff and the mechanic of the repeating, can get bogged down a bit. It could, because they also don't clearly define it. They don't clearly state it, so there's a lot of wiggle room for what goes wrong. But,
well, it's like also it's a hive mind. So how is this helpful for? It's kind of like an individual thing, but then they're a hive mind.
Well, but so this is the thing too. So is he like immortal now as far as like how long he can live? Like, so he could essentially live his happy life with a girl, but if he has to reset all the time with defenses, they forget every time you reset.
Well, it's like,
right? So I don't know. This is
you live till you're 90, and then like right before the euthanasia hits, or the starving yourself in the hospital to kill you, or just natural death, you're just like, okay, that was fun. Reset. Like,
if he has a child, does this ability get passed down to?
Wait,
the
if
kids?
he
That
just
could
dies
be
naturally, would he reset?
Right, that'd
'Cause
be a
he
good.
already
Yeah, if
has
if he's not killed, that's true. Yeah, if he's not killed by something,
It's just in his body, so it's going to happen. Like death kickstarts the reset, so you can't die. Actually, you're just going to be stuck for like 50 years.
Oddly, I think it'd be interesting to see, like, if he has a kid, if the kid has any sort of time loop ability, and does it like revolve around death, around how many times he gets killed?
So you're getting into like invention of lying.
A little bit, but it's like, okay, so do you have to kill your son to have him repeat to see this like child? Like the only way he can repeat
your
is
son,
that as well. That would be some like crazy thing to explore for your child character.
Your son is
like,
a hot shot draft recruit in the NFL. Miraculously, rookie season leads the team Super Bowl. He loses. So it's like, and so it's like, oh, you gotta live that again, son. Like, can't have you losing the Super Bowl. You see how wacky this could get? Like, what's funny about this pitch is like, oh, well, like they win the day, but then, oh no, Independence Day 2, it's bigger. Yeah. And it's just like, his pitch is stuck with like, we're back again with the game.
Yeah,
and it's
it sounds just like Independence Day 2, except for except for having to be a huge time skip where they improve technology, which didn't amount to anything because they get wiped the same way they do in the first one. It sounds kind of like it's going down that route too, but I guess let's continue.
Yeah, it's it's Star Killer base is like the feel I get from this. Where it's like, let's just do a bigger.
The fact that more of the same aliens attack is, come on, I don't know, man. That's a
Let's arbitrarily
a-
nerf the
yeah.
advanced species attacking us.
This is kind of those like, you had the first movie. Why are you doing the second movie? What's the point of that? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's
Unite
see.
world leaders, scientists, military strategists, the clergy, a wild pack of stray dogs, and anyone else who would listen. He struggles against widespread disbelief and political inertia. In each iteration of his life, he refines his approach, learning from his failures and leveraging small victories. Rita, though initially skeptical because she still has all her woman bits and therefore just can't believe what her man is telling her, becomes his staunchest ally after witnessing Cage's commitment and the weight of his concealed burden. Together, they form a clandestine network of believers who start preparing in secret. But
How
cracks
do you form a
relationship-
clandestine? How do you do any of this if everyone else resets all the time?
Also, she reset at the previous spouse, why she's like the poster child of this effort. And so him having this, she lost it, but she's already experienced this. So the convincing her thing, I don't.
Yeah, she would already just believe him, honestly.
Yeah.
And again, based on what happens at the end, like if he's able to convince people to do whatever and beat all the aliens, I feel like people would easily listen to him. About it. If anything, they might even call him a prophet. I don't know. It sounds like
like that.
Sounds like
Religion.
sounds like you can get into the godly angles of I knew you were gonna do that. I knew you're gonna remember in the movie when he like knows everything about them and says all these things and beats them to the point before they say it. It's like you'd be like, okay, what are you if not like omniscient in some way? Like what?
Yeah, I would
know,
just
like,
turn it
that'd
to
be
my
crazy,
advantage
right?
at that point. I'd
Yeah.
make I don't know, I'd be some prophet of a weird sex cult.
So like, there's a lot of ideas to explore here, but I hate the idea of another alien war for a sequel. That just does not interest me at all. Like with it, or him trying to prepare armies for it. I can see that being somewhat interesting, but again, everything resets every day. So like I can see the repeat aspect in terms of increasing your own skill and knowledge about things, but I don't know. I don't know if that'd be something to see.
Well, also
Tom Cruise do.
Also, you have one guy who got splashed by the like commander's blood to do this, but there's still a whole like this is like their species. He's one anomaly in ours, and before there was
and you
one
think there'd be-
other before him.
You think an invading species that sent an army to another planet would have thousands or millions or billions more of theirs, especially a hive species probably reproduces like way easier than humans do.
Right, but there's less of the reset ones, and then there's even less of like the control
Well,
reset.
right, but it's kind of one of those things of like, okay, so let's say they sent 20 billion aliens to Earth. I don't think the amount of repeats you can do is going to matter at that point. Like, oh, look, they arrived. Now
Poor
I have
Stoney.
I have a 24-hour limit of resetting where I can keep on going. Oh my god, like, I don't know.
Like it's
like,
such a
eh.
it's such just like what this
And
this
just
can't
kind of
go
let it be.
forward.
Let it be that the aliens attacked. They got repelled. That's all the attacking we're gonna have from the aliens for now. They're like, all right, screw that planet. Never mind. Too big of a defense. We screwed up. Whatever. Let's just aliens are not in the next one, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Begin to form when she finds out he's been manipulating their entire lives to be perfect. As Cage delves deeper, he discovers an unsettling truth. The aliens have orchestrated his and Rita's presence on the front line in the original battle, foreseeing their potential as temporal adversaries. This mindfuck revelation transforms the conflict into a cerebral duel, where each side anticipates the other's moves. Cage and his team develop an intricate plan combining human unpredictability with temporal tactics to counter the aliens' foresight. Rita in this scenario,
stream or not.
What's that?
I said the screen froze on my end for a few
no,
seconds.
it was
I know if
fun.
it did for the whole stream or not, but
Yeah, so
we didn't
he's just making like a
is
never ending
another-
back and forth. And so it's like, oh no, they figured out my reset, so I gotta reset before
Yeah.
their reset.
that does not sound
seeing
interesting to
reset.
me. No.
It like this is just it's
No.
gonna just keep stacking like a pancake fiasco at IHOP, just never ending. And so then it becomes redundant and pointless.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the most nihilistic template you could ever
It's
make.
all the point is to see which side will kill themselves first out of depression of the situation, I assume.
It's like Mr. Meeseeks in Rick and Morty, where it's like existence is pain, Jerry.
You know,
We
I wouldn't
won't
mind talking with
die.
this guy to discuss his
Yeah,
thoughts
no,
on
I've wanted
kind
to
of thing
have him on,
because
but
yeah, that'd be kind of cool because I just totally disagree with this direction that would be awesome. No, that would just be like, oh, another you've turned a decent movie into a weird dumb franchise. Okay, like yeah.
I'm pretty sure this guy's probably in the camp of like Avengers Endgame time travel's retarded.
I don't know. That'd be something to ask him if we could talk to him. You know?
And then I'm hearing this, and it's like, what?
I don't know.
Key piece. Cage must reconcile with her in order for the plan to work, but she is a woman, so she is going to be really bitchy about
I appreciate
battle
his
reaches
woman
its-
humor. I appreciate the jabs at women. That is pretty.
It's like, well, this could happen, but
but
she's
her being a woman, obvious speed bump in saving the world. I do like that. That's pretty funny.
It's like Tom Cruise has a plan to save the world again, but there's one catch. A woman.
Yeah, record stop. There's a woman.
He's gotta plan this with a woman.
Tom Cruise saved the world. He fought aliens, and now he can live the rest of his life and fight aliens again. But instead, there's a woman. Now he's about to find out saving the world is tough when you're married or some shit. I don't know.
See, that's a good one. There's one just right. Fuck, it's gonna come to me. It'll come to me.
Zenith, with human forces launching an assault on the alien homeworld. Cage and Rita lead a daring
Wait,
strike
how'd they
team.
get to the alien? How'd they get to the alien homeworld? With where? What? How? What? What? Did we skip something?
We'll find out in a second. It's like Tom Cruise has to save the world again.
How'd they
but
find the alien homeworld? When did they get spaceships?
There's
How
one
far in the
catch.
future are we? What?
The aliens discover gender identity.
Now they have they're armed with pronouns
Not
and ready
only
to
does Tom
strike.
Cruise have to reset daily to navigate the perfect plan, but he also has to navigate microaggressions. He's attacking. It's like they them. Okay, let's see what we miss.
Cage must reconcile with her in order for the plan to work, but she is a woman, so she is going to be really bitchy about it. The interplanetary battle reaches its zenith with human forces launching an assault on the alien homeworld. Cage and Rita lead a daring strike team, utilizing advanced
Yeah,
technology.
just don't think about it, Ricky. We found it.
But
Whatever.
well, it's just no. But if it's not, then it sounds like the alien homeworld is like on the moon or something, which is what happens in Independence Day 2. So,
Oh,
well,
it was right there. We missed it the
well,
whole
no,
time.
their homeworld wasn't on the moon, but they had like they're on the moon. Or they like
Sure, they
landed.
have a base.
Yeah, it's just like okay, yeah, okay, just let's go. Yeah.
I love how much this is a can of worms that Ricky's like, I got okay, wait. Oh, actually.
And temporal strategies to outwit the mimics. The battle is a tense game of wits, as both sides employ their foresight to predict and counter each other's attacks. Cage's unique perspective allows him to exploit weaknesses and create opportunities that no one else.
What if you saw Taskmaster fight Taskmaster in space?
Oh no.
It's literally what this is. Or it's like, oh, it's the best fire because it's like predictive
Or
ability.
it's like it's like I'm playing chess and I can always see one move ahead. I can always see your move, and he can also see my move. So it's just like
It
okay,
becomes
let's not play the game. I don't know. It just seems kind of lame. I don't know what.
Yeah,
especially when it's always based on resetting all the time.
It becomes like Happy Gilmore. Or no. Big Waterboy.
Waterboy.
I was stuck in the Adam Sandler universe for a second. Waterboy, when the coach is trying to like make an awesome play, and it's like he fakes the run. No. He fakes it. No, wait. He fakes the fake. he thinks about faking it. He's like, I'm lost.
Else can see. In the climactic showdown, Cage faces the new alien leader, a being with similar time loop abilities. Through sheer determination and strategic brilliance, Cage disrupts this enemy foresight, securing a hard-won victory for humanity. The battle ends with a sentimental moment between Cage and Rita, reaffirming their bond and sacrifices they made for a safer world. With the alien threat neutralized, Cage finally comes to terms with his role in the grander scheme of things. The film closes with Cage and Rita returning to Earth, their love and resilience stronger than ever. Cage, now resolved in his newfound purpose, looks ahead to a future where he can finally rest, at least until the next challenge arises. As they walk into the sunset, the camera pans up to the sky filled with stars, hinting at all the infinite possibilities that lie ahead. No more of a perfect day will ever be found. Sappy ending? Sure, but chicks dig that part. Look, dudes, we get war for like 85% of the movie, but that 15% of mushy crap will make them think it's a sweet movie. It's a perfect moment for you to go to the bathroom and take a shit. And I do love a good strategy plot thread within an action movie. Watching Cage, Rita, and others puzzle out just how they're going to defeat the mimics would rule. The action sequences within these scenes would step it up a
Hold
notch.
on, but you got that in the first movie. Like, what do you mean? That was what the first movie was. When you described that, I'm like, wait, this isn't like a brand new idea. That's like from the first movie. What do you mean that? And it was mostly war.
Independence Day too.
But they put war in the background because that isn't the really interesting part at all. Like, honestly. So, I mean, I appreciate his humor with how he said all that. That was pretty funny. But I don't agree with the point. With 85% war, I mean.
Yeah, sometimes
that sounds like a schlock fest of like.
I feel like Red Letter Media, or they talk about Star Wars, where it's like they'll watch whatever and usually crap on it, but they're like, yeah, like Back to the Future, Star Wars, like these were just movies. They weren't like meant to keep going or have additions. And I'm like, well, I mean, the template's already additional, so don't really buy that. But like, I get the sentiment that they're going for. Not with those, well, at least not with Star Wars. Back to the Future, it's open-ended because of space, because of time travel, but yeah, it's like nice little trilogy. And then just leave it. This is like, I don't know how long the comic or manga went, but yeah, just it's a one and done concept, because as soon as you start you get into fucking Terminator land where it's like Terminator 6 and 7, people are just like, what? Stop, please. Like, what are you doing?
This is why I'm like, if you do a sequel, no aliens in it, unless it's very minimal and not war based. Like they're trying to find aliens, but the point should be on like him as a character, like after living through that hell that he did.
I like your idea. Is it genetic? But again, you get to the point of like, well, how many people are independently resetting? How does the world ever go forward?
Well, and again, with the resetting being based on being killed, like I feel like that should be a concern. Is there a limit? Do they know? Is there a limit at some point? Is there an age? Is there if you get sick and you get shot or killed, like you said, if you get sick and die, if one of them gets cancer or something, well, they can't just reverse the cancer, right? Like, I don't know.
But they're going to die and they're just going to wake back up when they first got this ability.
No, so the movie would be over when they're dead.
Yeah, but there's no like the template, like there's no death now for you. Like you'll die a lot, but you just never.
But this is why I'm saying this would be interesting to see if you would reset, like you said, if you die naturally, would you reset or not? And I think that'd be a good question to have. And it wouldn't be, oh, he died, now he resets. No. Maybe that's something you leave ambiguous to the end with it. Like, okay, he finally died of cancer, but does his finger twitch? Does a thing? I don't know.
You're getting
I'm trying to mold
Inception
with you.
territory.
I'm trying to mold with what you're saying, bounce off of that.
Yeah, no, I like that. Or like the ending is the ambiguous, the open-ended. People discuss, oh, did he reset? That could be a fun, like, you set the premise, but then you have them age out in a good timeline, but then like, oh, grandpa's dying, and you have it where however he's aged in the movie, like keep like his hair or some detail pretty consistent, So when you show like an obscure shot of that body part or that detail, or like maybe it's like he's 50 and he's in a room, and we see like details of the room, and because of repeat, we see it a lot. And so we're familiar with that setting and it being a reset setting, but then it's like shot where it's like we never see him. And so it's like, is this a room that he died in, or is he woken back up back in time?
Yes. That'd be good.
That's I don't know what to put inside that, but I like that open-ended. Obviously he's just awake again at the rate.
I think another angle too that'd be interesting if you're to continue the series in some way would be like having it from her perspective, where you do not go to his perspective at all. You have it where it's just her perspective, and it's like, okay, like would she'd be questioning, okay, how often are you abusing this ability? Are you resetting this? Have I said something before? Like, I wonder what that would do to other people, especially her that knows he has that ability. Like, she wouldn't forget that he has the ability because as he goes forward, he can only go.
She already knows. She's already experienced it. He doesn't reset her point of resetting because that was before him.
Well, I know, but that's why I think going forward, she would question whether or not this happens. I don't know. I feel again.
Oh wait.
You said,
draining the blood. Remember they like. I don't know how they're isolating it because like when I was in the army, we did they're supposedly illegal now, but I'm sure the SF at least probably still gets these done, at least outside of the country. Goat labs. They get vets, they bring a bunch of goats, they sedate them, and they start chopping them up while they're sedated, and you have to treat them. And this is the best, aside from just shooting a person, this is the best way to like live action test your abilities, what you've trained for, like stop the bleeding, you know? So they'll like fucking cut their leg off or slice their artery in their limb or something. It's like, all right, now you got to actually hold pressure for 3 minutes for real, not just say it in simulation. And you get a, it also like injecting, they'll inject dye in their blood. And so you see like their eyes will turn green, like the whole eye will turn green because you see how quick it happens, like 20 seconds. So it's like when they drained, because she said they sucked it from her. So then he has that happen to him later. How are they isolating it? It should be through his whole body. Well,
even without that alone, that makes me wonder. So if he were to get cut, like let's say 10 different times throughout his life, at what point does he lose enough blood to where he can't do this anymore? And again, this is why would he even want to reset often? Because he has to, it involves killing himself. And it's like, is he ready for this to be the last time? And would he want to be known? It's just, he becomes
a devout Christian, and he's like, well, suicide is against God. And so now he's just stuck with like, oh, my faith prevents me from fighting the aliens with their magic because that's demonic.
I don't know, would he find a way to like, would he even be trying to find a way to have something remain when he resets? Like if you can record a video of some kind, like is there any way anything can reset with him? I don't know. There's a lot of angles I think to explore, but I don't think any of them include another alien war. I just don't find that.
Stoney with some good content. He says, I've heard a lot of stupid ideas in my time, and that takes the cake. He also says, Avengers Endgame time travel is retarded, but in different ways. No, they actually, I think, have the best time travel ever conceived in film.
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. That's a whole nother type of day. I don't want to do that again. Okay? I'm not doing that again.
I'm not joking, though. Me, personally, I'm not joking. Because, like, Terminator's the first movie Terminator's retarded if you're talking about time travel. Back to the Future, all that in game makes sense for the idea of time travel. I sold something. What did I sell? Oh, cool.
Does he have other videos that go into like what he would do for a sequel or anything?
Well, he did one for Alien Romulus, so I was like, oh, Alien Romulus sucks, just member berries. Remember that? And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, Ridley Scott did really different shit, and everyone cried about it. So, what do you want? Like, It's like they took Alien in weird ways. People cried about Resurrection and cried about Alien 3, reasonably so with Alien 3. Prometheus and Alien Covenant people cried about. So it's like, yeah, everyone just loves aliens. And we have a history trying different show. We have comics. So let's just do the same old, basically.
What was, are we going to finish this video or is that it for the video?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm catching on the chat.
Cool.
Sickland says, plot twist, the aliens introduced us to pronouns through time travel and shit. I get the feeling this guy smokes crack. Twist.
It sounds like he likes big fighty battles.
Yeah. Well, I feel like he's pretty smart, but he's like so sucked into like, I really like this movie. Let's get more. And it's like, well,
I'm not saying that his idea is dumb. I just don't think it's a good idea. Like, because it just sounds like it's more of the first film kind of thing. It's more of the first film.
Yeah. Twist is just alternate realities. No one is special. This is what happens when you die in one reality. I don't know about that. What's up, Cotton? Says thumbs up, round eyes. I don't know if it's a reference.
He said thumb. No, he says thumbs high, round eyes.
Oh fuck, I read that wrong.
Yes.
Well, it's probably because the emoji.
You saw a thumbs up emoji, and you brain connected there.
Yeah, let's finish this out.
Of the first movie. And then, of course, it dabbles inside various other genres, as Cage has to convince leaders of all sorts the dangers that lie ahead. Now, there are rumblings of a sequel, and yeah, sure, Tom Cruise is a vampire, but at 62 years old, he's going to have to shed that skin suit soon and take on a different form. So they better get on this soon. And this time around, market the damn thing properly. Anyways, that's one idea. What are your...
Live, die, repeat again.
As well, again, for sure.
Yeah, what do you even call it? Because it's like Live, Die, Repeat's kind of the subtitle, second title. Yeah, you definitely got a good point to like retard.
Live, Die, Repeat, Resurgence. Or something.
Live, Die, Repeat, Resurrection.
The Awakening. Do you want to link his channel down?
Yeah. Here's the video. Go sub to him. He's got. I like his stuff, even though I disagree with almost all of it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, just so far in this video, I appreciate putting the idea out there, but I just disagree with it.
So it's Copa Ex Machina. He.
I've heard of him. Yeah, he goes on Zax's show sometimes. I know of him. Yeah, okay, I've heard of this guy.
I never what if the Ghostbusters are dead? It's like I wish they died before the first movie.
Who are the Ghostbusters?
Like fuck, Ghostbusters sucks. Yeah, no, he's definitely got a fun little angle with things. But yeah. So we've lacked doing this for a while, but I think it's time we got out our Action Bible, Rookie. Do another chapter of the Action Bible.
Where did I put my Bible? Hold on. We haven't had it in forever. I didn't know we were having it out today.
Well, I think it's perfect to start the second part of this stream. All right. Do you remember what the last story we read was?
No. It's been like 6 months. I don't know.
I think we're at the Tower of Babel. Maybe after.
I don't quite know.
So we did the Ark. Did the rainbow. We talked about Ham being gay for his dad. All right, let me present this for you good people. Jesus Christ, all these pop-ups.
Yeah.
There we go.
I don't remember it, but it's been so long. I didn't think we were ever going to get to it again.
Must keep holy the Sabbath, Rookie.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A babbling tower. Let me know when you're ready, because I'm not looking at you.
I have to really zoom in on here because it's not very big at all.
Yeah, but you have the book.
No, I told you. Did you not just hear me? I don't know where it is because it's been 6 months. I don't have it around me. And
You don't
didn't tell me-
remember where you put your Bible,
You
rookie?
didn't tell me we were doing this today, Angus. Jeez. I suggested we pre-record them, and we never did that yet. So
Sure, in the future.
you know, maybe you can start reading, and I'll go look for it because I don't know, and I can barely read that.
No.
So
Well,
or
you
you
just listen.
All right, I'll listen to your humble abode.
All right. A babbling tower. This is based on Genesis 11, 1-9. As people from the cities work together, they become proud of the things they can build. They even dream of building a great tower. We'll build a tower high enough to reach heaven. It will make us famous and powerful. A tower that will reach to heaven. We rule. That's literally what it says. People can see it for miles. In times of danger, we'll rally our forces around it. No one is going to conquer and scatter us with this tower. We'll be invincible. But God is displeased with the people's quest for fame and power. To stop their work on the tower, he causes the people to speak in different languages. You're talking gibberish. How can I work with a man I can't understand? Because they cannot understand each other, the builders are confused. They stop working on the tower one by one. Families who speak the same language move away. The giant tower called Babel begins to crumble. Different civilizations spring up, speaking different languages, and soon the tower is completely forgotten. And that's actually it. They just really breezed by that.
Wow. How amazing. Interesting.
They didn't even really leave food for thought, really, with that telling of it.
No.
And that's that.
Yeah. Wow. Great. Amazing.
Um,
Amazing.
Well, it's just funny that that's a story. And wait, let me look this up. How tall was the Tower of Babel? The Book of Jubilees mentions the tower size being approximately 8,000 feet, about 3 times the height of Burj Khalifa. Wait, so what building is that?
God punished humanity for working together. It's a Stony Mick.
So, the Burj Khalifa is 2,700 feet tall, just over half a mile. So somehow, with just bricks or concrete, they made 8,000 foot tall. I don't know if I buy that. Don't know if I buy it. Let me see what Wiki says about it. The themes on Wikipedia says story's theme of competition between God and humans appears elsewhere in Genesis. Story of Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden. First century Jewish interpretation found in Flavius Josephus explains the construction tower as a hubristic act of defiance against God, ordered by the arrogant tyrant Nimrod. There have been some contemporary challenges to this classical interpretation. Themes is based on the explicit motive of cultural linguistic homogeneity. I always get tongue-tied on that. Mentioned in the narrative. This reading of the text sees
homogeny. You mean homogeny?
Homogeneity.
Homogeny. Yeah.
No.
It's not pronounced homogeneity.
It's spelled homo.
It's homogeny. Homogeny.
No,
Just
homogeny.
think of, I love you, Janae.
No, Jesus fuck. I'm going to
homogeny.
show you the fucking page. Let's see you pronounce this.
I don't care how it's spelled. I know that you're trying to spell homogeny.
Here, look. Let me highlight it. Right here. Homogeneity.
Right, homogeny.
No, homogeny
Just
has
like
no
just
T.
like how horseman is actually horseman. We know, okay?
No, there's no T in homogeny.
Homogeneity. I don't care.
Homogeny. See, look. different word. Homogeny.
Well, then
variant
look up how
of-
to pronounce the other word.
Homogeneity.
Haha.
Fuck the fuck kind of word is that?
Homogeneity.
What the hell does that mean?
Equality of state, quality or state of being all the same or of all the same kind.
And what does homogeny mean?
Homogeny.
Variant of homogeneity.
It's the same fucking word. Why make a word more complicated to pronounce?
Told you, idiot. Now you look
Bible.
retarded.
Not at all, because
That's
it's the
not a
same. It's the
word.
same word anyway.
But I was reading that page with that word,
the
and so
same
you're telling me, "Oh, you're just saying it wrong." I was like, it has a T. Listen to homogeny. There's no T in it.
I don't
Idiot.
care. The way you said it made it sound like you're trying to say homogeny.
Cotton Mission says today's show is brought to you by the letter H. No, I get that it's a synonym, but I was reading that word. The sons of Noah. Yeah, we read that the last time we were reading about Noah, and we went into the whole thing about the interpretations of Ham and his children being cursed.
Yeah, I thought Angus was through trying to educate me on the stuff here, so I don't know where I put the Action Bible. It's probably collecting dust. It's been so long, I don't even know where I put it. It's been ancient times ago. Not in my grasp.
God punished humanity, forking together. Humanity is prospering, working together to make great works. Time to fuck that up. Yeah, Rookie, can you actually read?
Yes, but I'm. You know that I
owned,
can't.
wrecked, Rookie wrecked.
He said a word that I'm not seeing with my own eyes,
I was
and I'm
already
hearing what
sharing
he's saying and thinking, well, he's pronouncing a word wrong. And so let's see
And
what
then
it
I
is.
sound out
And
the
it
syllables,
turns
and you're
out-
like, oh, it's just homogeny. Like, where is the T
and
in that?
and then it turns out the word means the same thing.
Where is the
Someone
T,
tried-
Rookie?
The T
Lies.
is sleeping with your wife.
Come on. There's the main topic. Harry Potter.
You can let the
Been,
demons in finally.
Investigating recently.
So he says, put the T in the bag.
Let's see. Where's the history? There it is. History button. All right. History. Here we go. Here's the first one. You're going to love this. This is the introductory video for you, Rookie, before you get into the real meat that I only
You
watched a
should
little
tell
bit.
everybody how your experience with Harry Potter prior to watching it.
Yeah. So
That's the
as you
context.
probably can guess, I think I've mentioned it before. Grew up with a wacko Christian mom. She used to be Jehovah's Witness. And we went through like basically the history of denominations in Christendom. Eventually, for a while, we were Pentecostal non-denominational. And then the revival preacher, she went to an altar call and he's like, don't you know Jesus already died? She was wearing a crucifix. So the difference between cross, Rookie, and a crucifix has like Christ on it, the image of Christ. It's like a body on the cross. And so these weird post-Lutheran Reformation, there's like these variants of Christendom, lower Christendom, in my view, that they're so paranoid by idolatry and idols and stuff. So they hate like Catholics and Orthodox having symbols and pictures of saints and whatnot. Like, oh, you're just worshiping other people aside from God. You're idolaters. That's how like the Puritans popped up, the founding of America. What the hell are you doing?
I'm grabbing something real quick. Keep talking. I'm listening.
But anyway, that woke her up to leave that silly church. And so eventually we landed on Episcopal because I was interested in Catholic because I probably saw imagery or something of like mass. It looked, just the visuals look cool because it's foreign when you're Protestant. And so I was just really interested in that. And we ended up landing on Episcopal. And that was fun. I was an acolyte in that church. And then they allow priests to be married, though. And that became a problem when they had a gay priest get found out. And instead of like excommunicating him, they ranked him up to bishop. So a lot of people left Episcopal Church in America, and I assume in England, over that. And so he just went full Catholic. And
this links back to Harry Potter at some point, guys. I swear.
Yeah. So, given that overarching story, one of the like things growing up was Harry Potter became a big fucking deal, book and film. And I remember getting a Scholastic Book Fair thing, and I'm like, oh, I want this or that. Can I get this? Can I have money for this? Go to the library and get it. And she was looking through. And she's like, oh, Harry Potter, I'm going to get you this nerd book. And I'm like, no, because it's just like a nerd with glasses, on the cover and crappy art. And I was just like, fuck no. Not knowing it was a huge hit. And then once I knew it was a hit, all the church radio and shit was like, oh, it's a gateway to Satan that teaches kids how to cast spells. It's a gateway. It's evil. And you like hear like real in-depth discussion about this shit. And eventually I bought the series. I watched the first 6 or 7 films. After like the third one, it just kind of becomes a blur when you're not like in it. You haven't read the books. I read the first book at some point around there, and I liked it, but I never kept up with reading them all. I own them all. I plan to get to it eventually at some point. Because I do like the world. And yeah, so we just, for some reason, we started watching them like last week, and we just burned through it.
I think something came up where we're like, have you seen the last Harry Potter film? And neither of us saw it, and we're like, huh, none of us saw that one. Okay. And then Harry Potter's on HBO. We're just like, all right, want to watch the whole series? Okay. And then it became a journey for 2 weeks, but that is now done.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good journey. I like it. Definitely a lot of gripes watching it, but
yeah, a lot of stuff to poke at. But the 6th film surprisingly stood out the most as like the best quality to me. First film doing really well at introducing the world and stuff, but 6th one I think nailed it.
Sorry, I just saw this comment, Stoney. Your family jumped from cult to cult.
Yes.
Protestants suck. We need more Orthodox churches in America. Definitely not. Definitely not. Don't need any or watered down Christendom. There is only one church, and that is in Rome. Wait, Cotton says if they named butt fucking after an entire city, kind of makes you wonder what they were doing in Gomorrah. I don't quite get your angle. You're all heretics. Embrace Arianism. Don't know about that. I don't know about Arianism. I know of like racial Arianism. I know there's 2 different words, but anyway. Yeah, so Harry Potter's the devil, so it's like just instant knee jerk as a kid. I'm like, ew, no, gay. And then it becomes like a big thing, and it's like everyone's reading him, everyone loves it, and then oh, it's the devil. So then I'm left hanging. And this spilled over to Lord of the Rings as well. I did see a glimpse of Lord of the Rings as a kid. It was actually the Balrog scene. And so I see first images of Lord of the Rings is a demon from the Mines of Moria against a wizard with his staff making some sort of summoning spell.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was able to watch it because my stepdad's brother, who was a movie nerd, and he was like a D&D kid and stuff, he was watching it, visiting the parents. So they couldn't like just turn it off because it was a guest watching it. And even though they were like talking, but I'm like, oh boy, but I see like, my mom glaring at me the whole time, knowing I want to see it. And then so it's just, I can't even enjoy like, oh, cool. Cause I've always loved devil shit. I love evil shit. Like Spawn. When I was a kid, I fucking love Spawn. Alien.
That was probably partially fueled by her wanting to stay away from all that stuff.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get to that point overall for all these wackos. But yeah, so Harry Potter's just like not in my life. I actually got in trouble because of Harry Potter in school. Luckily, my parents didn't find out, but there's this one kid, because once we get to 4th to 8th grade in this like middle school, we had different classes. And so I would get like some money from this kid by taking his shit to the other classes, like taking his bag and his books. And he of course read Harry Potter. So like we had like reading tests where you read like books in the library, take a test, get points. And we actually got reading trips so it wasn't just for a grade, but if you're really top of your class, you get on these reading trips. Didn't know about it in my 3rd grade year when I moved there, but 4th till 8th, I hit every reading trip besides one because somehow I took tests for them. And then they took tests under my account with Harry Potter. And somehow one of them got busted. So they one of them ratted on all of us. And but for some reason they thought I didn't do anything for them, that it was one way. And so they didn't see the reciprocation by the other kid for me. And so they they got more of a penalty, but they like barred me from like one reading trip. So I made the trip, but I was kind of like asterisk, so I didn't count because of the
you're granted the rank as reader, but you're not allowed to go on the trip.
Yeah, literally. And so that sucked. But yeah, there was actually toward the end, the last year, because I heard what the trip was, and it was weird because usually, so the big two there might be a mid-year one, but the big one was Sequoia because Oklahoma. Cherokee Indians. Sequoia's a big figure. He made the first Indian language like written, and
using seer stones.
No. And so they made a trip out of him. So they designate certain releases, like the book Aragon, for instance, was a Sequoia book in Oklahoma. So on top of like points, there is exclusive amount, like say 10 to 15 books. So they're always checked out. And you had to hit so many of them.
Points for Angus.
So there might be like 15 books, and you have to read like 8 of them or 10 of them to make it on the Sequoia trip. So Sequoia trip didn't have a limit of readers. It was just, did you read the book? And of course, me being a dumb kid, I didn't think about checking out the public library or buying the book. It didn't cross my mind, but I made it. I was always able to like snag the next Sequoia book. Mystery trip was like points. So that was like the bigger trip at the end of the year, the very end. It's a big reading trip. And so you got like medieval times, or like we went to like Disney on Ice, Toy Story down in like Dallas. So big stuff. And the last one was just like zip lining. And I'm like, well, that sounds fucking gay. Like, you tell me I'm going to read all this and you're just going to let me zip line? Like, that's not work. I'll just stay at school. Fuck that. So I got the honor. I made the trip that last year, but I didn't go voluntarily. So that was fun.
Hello, you did.
Yeah. What's up, Katie? Let me know if you want the link to hop in. I don't know if you're a Harry Potter person or not, or grew up with wacko Christians, or if you are a wacko Christian, I want to give your take.
She's a mom, so she probably at least has read the book. So.
Well, she's a young mom though. Her kids are little, so I don't think Harry Potter's entered.
Yeah, but people our age have read the books too, though. So,
but yeah, so Harry Potter was just like a no-go, and this spilled, like I said, to Lord of the Rings. Even though we eventually became Catholic, and it's like, oh, Tolkien's like a revered Catholic fiction author. Like arguably the theology is spread through his fiction. So it's really retarded that you just like wall off like fantasy because of wizards casting spells. So that's my interest in Harry Potter. Like, it was always just kind of in the background of like, oh, it looks interesting, and somebody didn't get to indulge in. This goes so far as like Power Rangers was the devil. I couldn't watch Power Rangers because of, I think, the witch person.
Yeah, Rita, she's a huge sorceress.
Yeah, so even that was like, nope, can't do that. And when we're in the Pentecostal,
because I would acquaint her more to a clown than to a witch. Like, she's just kind of silly and doesn't really do anything. Just like, Goldar, attack Earth. All right, send the putties, Finster. I'll get you next time, Rangers. She's the least complex villain in Power Rangers. Honestly, overrated as far as fans of Power Rangers goes. But anyway, yeah, witch though. She's a sorceress.
Yeah, so I couldn't even do Power Rangers.
She makes spells and stuff.
Which, like, all of the merchandise for Power Rangers is either the Power Rangers or the Power Rangers mech things.
They're Zords. Yep.
Zords, yeah. so it's all just like whoa, and then like I guess they have like magic swords or weapons, or like
Sometimes, yeah, they're
summoning,
different-
shing, shing, like
different power
that's
weapons.
it.
Yeah.
But somehow Star Wars is okay when it's like very obviously like mystical, wizards, in space. For some reason that was fine. Maybe because it was like she grew up with it. Like she was never a Star Wars person, like raised with it, but it's something that was just like such pop culture. For some reason that was like not counted. Strangely, because like everything I like was Dark Side. Like all I wanted was Darth Vader and Darth Maul and Troopers. I don't want any of this fucking gay rebels or nothing good. I want all the bad guys. And so yeah, that's like a strange caveat where it's like, well, I don't know why you wouldn't count Star Wars. I would say that's more satanic, with this paranoia.
Imagine if you're allowed to grow up with Harry Potter but not Star Wars.
Explain Arianism at least 3 times, right? But clearly it doesn't permeate because it's just clearly that idea is not interesting, whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, she was too stupid to say don't be evil. Right, same with like AC/DC. I'm obsessed with AC/DC probably because it was for a long time. Oh, it's devil music, not rock and roll. She loved like Cinderella, which is literally just like ripping off AC/DC screamer style. So made no sense. Van Halen was fine. No, it's just AC/DC because devil horns, and it's like you realize like it's all tongue-in-cheek humor. Like,
So she'd be like, "Look, there's a cow. That's the devil."
but then Twisted Sister's fine. They're fucking dressed in drag, And then Kiss is fine, and Gene Simmons is the demon of the group. Like that's literally like his moniker. You have the Star Child, you got the Catman, Starman, you got the demon, Gene Simmons. And he like puts blood capsules in his mouth in live shows and like spitting up blood and flicking his giant tongue as a demon. But that was okay. So weird. Yeah. And so like shit, like I was very paranoid when we watched she did pay-per-view on DirecTV to watch Nacho Libre. For some reason she wanted to see it. And then like we started watching it and it's like, oh, this monk wants to fuck the nun. And that's like his whole drive. And the kids are kind of like, I mean, he's investing in the kids too, but it's kind of like a side project that can get him the pussy, doing the good deed. And so like that's the plot, that's the drive.
Is that the plot of most movies though?
And so it's weird. I was so paranoid, like, because this is directly like Catholic characters, and he's trying to be basically nefarious for his calling or his position. She liked it, and then she liked like Anchorman, and then oh, dude, when she rented Tropic Thunder, and it literally starts with all the ads of like booty sweat, and you got all these like rap girls' booties in your face on the screen. I'm like instantly like, oh fuck me, I'm not gonna get to watch this. She liked that, and that has like a total mockery of the church with the fucking Devil's Alley with Robert Downey Jr. So very bipolar tastes on top of this Harry Potter shit, where it's like I'm always on my toes with what's allowed, so that's how I grew up. And so yeah, very interesting to actually fully digest the Harry Potter films, where I'm like, this is very obviously like a Jesus comparison you can gather from the character. He's got to sacrifice himself for the greater good and fight the great evil. So it's just actually irritating watching this and seeing the obvious Jesus parallels, goodness, and so without further ado, I want to introduce Ricky to kind of an opening discussion, a nice little teaser before we get into this big video of kind of understand the paranoia Christians have, some do at least, with Harry Potter.
Yeah, so to like, this is the origin of the thing. He tells me this, and I'm like, how is Harry Potter demonic? Because I watch it and I'm like, I mean, maybe there's like a moment or two where I could believe that, I guess, but
I mean, the bad guys, sure.
Even that I feel is like minor, but compared to other things, I'd say Lord of the Rings.
Well, yeah, that's what I was
imagery. So
yeah, like Lord of the Rings is like, Catholic fiction, and it's beloved, and it's like a vessel for their religious agenda. And it's like out like Gandalf, and like he's doing magic of various kinds. It feels like him being the good guy doing spells or enchantments or summoning feels way more evil than the bad guys in Harry Potter.
Yeah, the bad guys in Harry Potter are pretty silly, honestly.
And so that's the other strange thing, actually witnessing it. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So this is Dr. Taylor Marshall.
Okay.
I don't know what he's a doctor of. I'm assuming
The guy on the left
theology
or on
or
the right?
something. I think it's the guy on the left.
I would
the
figure.
left.
I guess a guy with a beard makes more sense to be the doctor than the guy without one.
That makes no sense, but whatever.
I know, but I'm that's why it was a joke. A joke.
Yeah, even if you're joking, I'm just like, I'm really stretching.
Give me a bone.
Now, okay, let's talk about Harry Potter. You talk about Harry Potter in the book. Now, I think 99% of my listeners know Harry Potter.
So if you're only listening, the question is Harry Potter a window to the demonic?
There is A, bad literature, and B, demonic, and a window to the occult. But you do touch it in your book, Slaying Dragons. So could you speak a little bit to Harry Potter? Because there's a lot of parents out there who need to know.
First, I feel like you should tell everybody what Slaying Dragons is, because nobody's heard of that. What is this?
Oh, it's the guy on the right wrote a book, Slaying Dragons. It says what exorcists see and what we should know. So
what does that have to do with Slaying Dragons?
Well, this is a clip from a stream, so he's interviewing this guy.
Okay, I got you.
But they found like a segment to clip for like more content.
Okay, my bad. See, I'm just going into Slaying Dragons. Sounds like a cool title for a thing. But
there's like the book's literally on screen. So
well, I know, but and then they're like, but they're not going to be talking about that. I guess anyway.
Well, no, he does like tie that directly in with this conversation. You'll see. It's very interesting. Do you know what exorcism is, Ricky?
Exorcism?
Yeah.
Isn't that when he's Pope's got some stuff he puts on somebody to try to get the demon that possesses somebody out of their body? Like a demon or something is possessing a person.
Sure.
An exorcism is where somebody tries to get out of that body.
Yeah.
Get him out.
The interesting thing about exorcism, I'll say, is that lends credence to the practice. Me, the skeptic, is they've had the rite of exorcism, basically the rules, how to conduct it, what prayers, all these like layers of dealing with the possessed. Basically, nothing has changed for 500 years, and this besides the mental assessment, like the medical, they leave everything to exhaust medical illnesses, mental, neurological, that's kind of like required now to kind of cover their ass, because some people die during exorcisms. So this is a way to we didn't, what else could we do, because medicine couldn't intervene. And so their practitioner or a practitioner asked us to intervene. So it's kind of like they have legal checks, basically. That's the only thing that's really been added for 500 years. So that's the Catholic Church is pretty smart. They have they have legal scholars, lawyers, just study church law and stuff to work on behalf of the church. So wow, it's not like a dumb fucking denomination or anything. It's like there's a lot of collegiate, they've contributed to the collegiate system through their history. So, that's why that sticks with me. Like, they haven't changed in 500. That.
Exorcists have seen that, from what I've learned, I haven't done the research on J.K. Rowling's, the origin of her information, but what the exorcists have said is that it was done through something called it was a diabolical channeling method. It's like auto write, is where you essentially open yourself up to some spirit who inspires you, and then you write it. And that in the books, according to these exorcists, are real spells, the names of real demons. Demons have told exorcists that they were some of the demons that inspired J.K. Rowling to write the book. And Father Amorth, he has a great quote here. Says all that suspicion, based on what exorcists teach, that the origins of the book are occultish, or occultic, we should say. So then, and if you look morally,
I'm sorry.
the moral.
Which books? What? J.K. Rowling's books?
Yeah, talking about
Or cultish?
Yeah, they're saying
Okay.
These demons have told the exorcists that some of them are directly the inspiration or the they use JK as a conduit to write Harry Potter.
Who told?
So exorcists supposedly they'll interact with these demons through the body possessed, and they'll like basically they're mocking. It's like, you think you can defeat Beelzebub? I have done this and that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, think of Xerxes when he's like, oh, you dare talk to me, King of Kings.
Right. Yeah. I got okay.
Yeah. So that's how demons will. It's just like the Exorcist movie. Like they'll directly mock you, supposedly.
Well, so just the way he was saying that was so casual, and I'm trying to follow, like, because it sounded like it sounded really weird the way he said that. It's like the saying that the demons told. Is he saying that demons told J.K. Rowling these are
no. Some of the exorcists he's interviewed for this book say that some of the demons they've dealt with claim they are directly associated with helping J.K. Rowling write it, or that they've helped like auto write through
people that the exorcists have
exercised
done their stuff on. Have said, J.K. Rowling's books. Yeah, that was based on me, bro.
I told her to write that. I told her to make a Jesus-like hero.
You know the famous author J.K. Rowling for the Harry Potter series? I'm one of the inspirations. I told her to say Wingardium Leviosa.
Right. Also,
okay. All right.
Also, you got to think too, during the exorcism, this is through, whether it's real or not, this is through the body. Like they're saying this through the body. It's not like they're in the room while they're like he's fucking with the person. This is coming from the person, like they're possessed.
Right.
And they're basically using him as a puppet.
No, I got that. I get that part.
I just want you to like layer that in your head, where it's like, oh no, a person's got like seizures or convulsing. They're saying like fuck.
Yeah. So the way he just so casually says this, like it was just like, yeah, of course, everybody knows what I'm saying, and I'm like, well, one, I didn't know that priests that perform an exorcism are called exorcists. So I was already like, what? And then, like you said, the demons are ones that she's inspired by. I was interpreting what he said as she had heard about demons that exorcists have exorcised and got inspired by the story of those. That's how I interpreted that. So that's why I was checking with you if like there's some other thing he was saying, because that sounded so weird to me. And that could just be because I don't know shit about religion stuff to that degree. But the way that was all worded confused me. So
yeah, well, it's funny because I'm hearing this is just like, yep, totally makes sense within the confines of this conversation. Like the setting, the topics, like it just totally like, yep, makes sense. And then I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta dumb this down for rookie.
Sorry.
No, it's funny. It's just funny to like have the odd guy out that has no inclination, and then you're like reverse engineering all of these concepts, and you're like, oh wow. And like, yeah, people, this is a facet that is in people's heads when you think about QAnon and like, it's all the pedophile Illuminati. Like this is the same, like it's all connected.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. I'm just
so like this matters because people like they're not voting for Trump because of his policy, or they're not voting against Harris because of their policy exactly. It's like, well, I gotta vote against Harris because her policy is from demons. You see what I mean? So it's like these people are reputable. Like they'll say this stuff that has no proof. Like, but besides, like, oh, the Bible says this, where it's like, okay, I can verify that, and then this is like the history, this is the context that you can argue, the interpretation, fine. But they're also living their day-to-day lives with this paranoia. And so these are like this, at least this doctor guy, and I assume this author are like subject matter experts to like, okay, well, I believe in this, and then this guy's like devoted his whole channel to helping me dive deeper. So he's like a voice of knowledge, he's an authority to some degree. He's not I don't think he's a priest or anything, but I think he's Catholic, this beard guy. So
yeah,
he's helping you understand minutia within the faith. Like you read the book, but like here's the interpretation.
I gotcha.
He's a voice of authority,
Yeah.
and he's the guy who's interviewed exorcists, and somehow this will tie into, oh well, the demons they've exorcised actually helped write Harry Potter.
Yeah, no, but it's like Stony Mix, like you're being dumb, Rook, but these guys are also retarded. It's like, well, no, I'm just part of me is being a little funny to be funny, but the other part of me is seriously like just clarifying what I'm hearing because it's what I was thinking was different than what Angus told me. So that sounded different than what he actually said. But but now that I have those terms, now that I understand that better, I think I can listen to the rest of him a little easier knowing what he's referencing. So, all right.
Yeah. And also a little detail. This guy's got the St. Michael statue behind his head.
Like, I guess I just thought it would be as simple as like, so how do you connect people to thinking, that demonic stuff's related to Harry Potter? Well, because there's this one spell and that is the name of a demon or something. That's like what I thought they would go to, but already, okay. Exorcist demons have said they helped her write the ideas. Yes, that's off to a great start.
Some people try to compare it to Lord of the Rings, which is insulting to Tolkien, because magic is used in both. But if you read carefully in Lord of the Rings, the magic is not magic. It's grace. It's supernatural. Gandalf is essentially an angel incarnate, because it's a fantasy. It's a mythology book. But in
I don't know what the difference is with magic and whatever he's saying.
Well, no, let him finish because then we'll break this down. Because I've watched all this.
Sorry.
I haven't watched
all
all
sorry,
the
yeah,
other
I'll try to not intervene
Like,
until you choose to pause. So
there are a lot of moral compromises that Harry Potter makes.
Well, I don't know if I would even say Gandalf is grace or anything. That I would just say the Lord of the Rings, which I like, is a different universe with different rules. It's completely a fictional parallel reality that's not space-time history on planet Earth. Totally different.
Yeah.
Whereas when you go into Harry Potter, you're in the the world that we live in,
right,
that we know, and yet the power that in this world is not from God and our Lord in the church. It's through these magical rites. I think that's really the main problem. Gandalf's sort of an analogy of things that we can understand in our world, but Harry Potter is a real kid.
See, he literally trips over himself when he like doubles back on like, oh, well, he's an analogy. And it's like, well, obviously people don't go through a brick wall and a train station and come out on the other side and then get on a different train to Magic Land, to Magic School. So like you should already be in the guys like, oh, well, like this is a fantasy, just like Lord of the Rings.
They kind of make it clear that they're going in, that there's a separate world from the real world, which we're still kind of confused on how well that blends together. But it's implied there's another world, though.
Right, but you see how like I don't just I believe I'm just gonna good faith like Eric July. I'm gonna assume good faith that they're well-meaning in this diatribe, and regardless, though, they kind of trip over themselves with logic when they're saying like, well, Lord of the Rings is just fantasy, it's just a myth, but Harry Potter happens here. And so it's like,
but it's if it's in a fantasy book, it's a fantasy story, what does that matter?
Yeah, well, yeah, see, that's where I just get like,
it's like Back to the Future is like here too, but it's like clearly I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very tame.
That's
a very like the one magical element of Back to the Future is, oh, we figured out time travel to go backwards in middle of time to set things right for the future. And yeah, you can't go in the future like in the second one, but it's like that's the one element that's magic, but everything else is like, oh, well, yeah, the 50s happened. Oh, he's like, oh, I saw this rerun, and it's like, this is new. So like he has an enhanced ability thanks to time travel to go back and have foresight as far as they're concerned.
Yeah.
And it's like, but it like, oh, you're going to lead kids to try to time travel. Like they're going to try to make the fucking DeLorean go 88 miles an hour. Like,
Right.
I don't know.
I'm still trying to see how Harry Potter.
It feels it's like they're
guess.
it's like
Well,
they're
we're getting there.
if it wasn't for like my just assumption of good faith on their part, it's like they're being purposely dishonest of like, well, that's okay because Tolkien's Catholic and he loves the church and he's basically trying to proselytize through his fiction.
But what if a lot of people think that the bad guys are cool in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, Ringwraiths are cool, Sauron's cool, Smaug is cool, the Nazgul, the Fell Beast.
Whether or not that's his intention, that is a side effect that happens from telling that kind of story. I mean, even telling the religious stories, I mean, do people not find any level of like, yeah, that guy's pretty neat, that's not that great? I mean, the good guys are like, God will like annihilate people and civilizations. So, like, I don't know what, well,
they deserved
good guy. I don't know.
Well, he only killed people that deserved it. That's okay.
Because right.
And he's teaching other real kids in the world how to do real magic, which is real demonic.
Like I tell the students that I teach at high school, if I had
just let it go, I'm just gonna
read Harry Potter. If Harry Potter had been around when I was a kid and I'd read it, that could have been really bad for me because I was curious. And if you're teased, you don't have power, and the occult can offer you easy power. So I would have been kind of a sitting duck for something like that. I think I actually heard about Lord of the Rings, but never read it when I was a kid. But yeah, Father Amorth on Harry Potter has a great quote here, which he repeats many times. And he said, "You start off with Harry Potter, who comes across as a likable wizard, but you end up with the devil. There is no doubt that the signature of the Prince of Darkness is clearly within these books." And he talked about it a lot. He talked about the danger of a soft curiosity. Like you start with a somewhat innocent curiosity, or not really innocent at this point, but then you go and you dive in to Harry Potter. Like he says, young children will be drawn into magic, and from there it's a simple step to Satanism and to the devil.
What?
Well, you see, it's stuff like this, not this particular. I only saw this morning, but like at some point it starts clicking where it's like, oh man, they hate knowledge. It's like when you get like, it's very obvious when you get like the science argument. It's like creationism, or like
you just said anybody who's inspired could just go to the devil. And
he's like, oh man, curiosity, curiosity. Oh, that's literally the Satan story. This is why Satanists make him like a Prometheus.
Just stay in the garden. Don't ever leave the garden ever. Never.
Yeah.
Never leave
I mean, that's kind of the root to start is like there's this intrinsic demonization of curiosity. So like, Satan for Christians is this figure that is like the right-hand man of God, but he doesn't want to like serve the plan with humans. They're lesser than angels in his view. And so he's like, well, fuck that. So he goes against God's plan. So he's cast out, he's vilified. He's the root of all evil. But basically that story is just flipping Prometheus. Prometheus is a honorary god, basically. He's a Titan, actually, but he's kind of an honorary god. He kind of gets the same love in the Greek world as like Zeus or someone, because he is the enlightener, literally. He gives man fire, a tool of the gods, and that's like a no-go with the gods. So he's cursed, he's tied to the fucking rock. Eagle eats his liver every day, lives on repeat.
Okay,
yeah. So you see like the Greeks revere this, what is basically a Luciferian character in Christian view of because Satan enlightens humanity with knowledge. He's like, wow, eat the fruit. And so they eat the fruit and then they're like awakened to reality. They're just living on automation and they realize, oh, I'm naked. Oh shit, I need clothes. And then God, that's like the key for God is like, why are you clothed?
The way I interpret it is more like, oh my God, my weak genitals are just out and about floating around. I need to protect these. Like, I need to get something else that's some type of deflection.
Yeah, but like from the start, curiosity is demonized because curiosity leads to like seeking knowledge, and that's bad. It's like the fruit of good and evil. It's the tree of good and evil, but it's really the tree of knowledge is how it's termed sometimes.
Stoney says angels aren't supposed to have free will.
Well, I mean, that sounds like faulty programming by God then. So like
he also really wants the video because he wants to check this out. He
Oh,
hates this.
yeah. Yeah.
Link him.
Put it in the chat for you. There you go.
See, it's like I don't think this is even as bad as I was thinking it would be, but it does confuse me a lot how they get to these. But all right,
Well, it's because curiosity. Yeah, again, I'm like people
It's like
forget with Satanists. It's like no, Satan is basically first of all in Satanism, there is no God, there's no afterlife. Satan is an idea, and they revere the Satan idea because he's an enlightener. He's curious. He's inquisitive. And those are all vilified ideas. And so they, as a symbol, as an idea, as a metaphor, Satanists. Where it's like, yeah.
So in terms of Harry Potter, though, I wonder how he would respond to so let's say there are real children in the real world that live under a floorboard. Are you just saying that they should just suck it up and enjoy that alone?
Well,
and not be inspired by anything? Oh, I'm sorry. If they have their Bible, then they have all they need. There's nothing they need ever. So
yeah,
what am I talking about? Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that's the one quote I know of Karl Marx that just sticks with me is he says religion is the opiate of the masses, because all Europe is Christian when he's, writing. And you see it in medieval history ever since actually going back to Rome, this is probably why they converted to Christianity, the emperors, because it was way easier if you have one God. And then the idea is that, well, I'm in power because God wills it. I'm part of God's plan. So to question me is to question God. So you don't question the ruler. This gets back to when you're questioning Game of Thrones, why would people just go along with this tyrant? It's well, it's based on medieval history. So that was the reality. The ruler, whether he's evil or not, it's all part of God's plan. Which makes me wonder what about revolts? How does that work when you kick out the king? Of course, they'll
God
interpret.
Decided you need to be kicked out and replaced by somebody else.
Yeah. So you see how wishy-washy interpretation stuff can be at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is
it sounds like humans. I assume that they interpret it. So okay, humans seem to have an innate desire
curiosity
to travel. Not just curiosity, but to travel, to see what's over there. There's something over there. I can't see it. I want to see it. And not just curiosity. That is curiosity, but to me, it's as simple as just simple animal instinct that's just there. But he phrases that that's unique to people, as if being curious is humanity's downfall. When it's but any animal does that. But then, religion, they don't think that humans are animals, so whatever. Okay, man. Okay, whatever. Let's just continue. Okay, I'm just gonna go in a circle.
So it's a dangerous occultic curiosity, seeking power outside of God, outside of how it works.
I know 3 exorcists, one of which is Father Ripperger, 3 exorcists, real exorcists, who have told me, Taylor, I've been involved in cases where when we're doing the exorcisms, it is revealed that one of the ways that the demons came into the life of this person was through Harry Potter.
Yeah.
3
Wait. So now, see, that's phrased differently now. That one of the ways they came into life was through Harry Potter. What?
No, he was saying that there's at least 3 exorcists that have told him that some of the victims of demons that they've exorcised say that Harry Potter was the start. It's the gateway to whatever further occult practices they started investigating or messing with. So it's talking to the dead or whatever. They have the dead ghosts or whatever in Harry Potter. All right. So in the real world, one of the tools that are occult to try to do this is a Ouija board. Now, Ouija board they sell in game stores or the game section Walmart, but it's an occult thing of it probably has a root in real religion, but we've all just collectively that's silly, so almost no one actually believes, and so it's just fun. Where will let's ask the dead something and it'll tell me yes or no, or it'll spell something out, but it's just a dumb game. It's probably a trick, but some people will look into that and think it's real, or some people are paranoid, Christians are oh, a Ouija board, get that the fuck out of my house. My grandma talked about how there's a Ouija board and she tried to throw it in the fire, it wouldn't catch on fire, and this is like proof it's evil, you know, like
When I was trying to burn Lone Star, like it took a while to burn. Took a little while to burn.
right. I mean, you see like that's bad, and then like, I can't destroy it through a normal means.
You just gotta go to
so it's
Mount
like,
Doom.
See, it is evil.
You just gotta go to Mount Doom,
destroying it.
So wouldn't that be God's will that he doesn't want it destroyed?
Shut up. Well, see, that gets sticky too, because I think I was saying in Samuel, the prophet Samuel, the people of Israel want a king like all the other nations around them. They don't want to follow the priests or the judges, whatever. And so God allows Israel to be secular and have a king. And so he sends Samuel to find the chosen, king. So he finds Saul, and then Saul's a pretty good leader, but then he fucks up and loses favor with God. And so this is when David comes in the story after he kills Goliath and stuff. And he becomes like a general for Saul. And so they start like, Saul kills thousands, David kills tens of thousands. So Saul gets jealous. He keeps trying to get him killed, but then he's like, I'm sorry, David. And David's like, yeah, it's all right, man. And it's back and forth all the time with this. And then eventually Saul fully loses favor, is basically ousted and exiled, whatever. And then he goes to like a witch or something to try to commune. And so then Samuel appears, supposedly by God's will, that, the sorcerer actually had no power. Just God allowed the apparition of Samuel to admonish him, be like, you're even more cursed than you were before because you went to an evil person to summon spirits. So this goes way back to the book.
Just don't play with Harry Potter. It opens up a certain curiosity in young minds, young people. Wow, I want to be powerful. I want to be cool. I want that girl to like me. I want to get an A on my paper. All these things that we all want as humans. And it opens up the curiosity of, what if there's a spell that I can get this with?
What if, what's funny is they're like, like his power doesn't come from God. It's like, well, we don't know where magic comes from in Harry Potter. At least I don't. So
maybe it does come from God.
Yeah, it's like, if anything, you would assume these enhanced people are like a medium in between humans and angels, like they're like just like the saints or the prophets in the Bible. There's like certain chosen people just have like special abilities, or like they're a vessel for God to do crazy. I'm sure if Moses is real and he parted the seas, he was a magical conduit for God's power. It's funny too, because these Christians will get mad when you're like, no, Moses did magic, or this guy did magic. No, I mean, magic. No, he was God's power. Or like, Catholics, Orthodox will have like prayer beads. They might have them blessed, or like holy water. Basically, a prayer bead is just a charm, especially if you get it blessed by a priest or whatever. It's like, it's even better because it's blessed. It's like, you got like your charm enchanted. Like, no.
Say when
it's blessed by God.
When Harry has the Sorcerer's Stone and then he like melts and crushes Quirrell's face, all I was thinking about was like vampires in the cross or something, totally. Just like, why is he burning then, man? Huh? You sinning? I don't know.
Just reading Harry Potter. Maybe it's not, they don't get the spell out of the book. Maybe they do. Maybe they go onto a Harry Potter forum and people are publishing spells. Maybe they're like, Google. Spell for girl to like me. Spell.
I feel like the worst it'll be one sec here. You keep playing the video.
To get better grades, whatever it is. Once you go down that route, the demons set their hooks. That's scary.
Well, it's funny.
So we should always just fear things and never try to pursue anything because, the devil might be around the corner. So we should just turn around and never try to go down that path because, there might be a scary devil. Kick the devil in the balls and keep going. I don't know.
Yeah,
would that be a better journey? What is that shit?
Yeah, like I never knew that term till after I got into atheism and stuff, but like that idea of like, wow, like people really don't try because, I was just good in my little box on earth, so I'm going to get rewarded in heaven for that. And it's like, I mean, there's crusaders and knights. There's some famous, Christians through, especially medieval history. But then there's also the peasantry that maintain their farms through basically slavery because they couldn't question their rulers. So you see like both sides of the coin with where it's like there's some ambitious people, but then there's a whole fuck ton of sheep. Again, sheep is a big symbol in the Bible, Old Testament and New. Jesus becomes the replacement for the sacrifice. And we're supposed to be like sheep because the God is like the ultimate shepherd, and then like the priests are his shepherds on earth of the flock. So all this like, what are sheep? Sheep are prey animals. They're dumb. They get spooked by everything. They just graze and shit till they die. It's like it's things like that I started picking up on. That's why I left. And then of course the Pope, some of his things where I started like, that's how you destroy the church. Through these like omitting. You're not spreading heresy, you're just omitting truth from people's
don't read that book. Just don't know about that. Don't learn about that thing. Whatever. Don't go over there.
Oh no, like with the Pope, he's like supposedly it's unverified, but supposedly he was like counseling a woman about getting an abortion or having an abortion. He kind of like absolved her, like, that's all right. It's like, and then he's like, why do we have to keep talking about abortion? And it's like, see, he's not saying, abortion's okay, because he can't, but he is just not talking about it. So then the future generations won't know about it. And so they're like, well, it's just like a thing I can do at the doctor. It's no problem,
right.
So he's leading them into sin by omittance. And so that's that keyed in on me. Like, that's the guy's going to destroy the church.
But yeah,
go.
The main thing that'll happen when kids watch Harry Potter is something like this.
Hey, the ringworm, and take its bounty of treasure, for that is the way of I shall put a magic spell on you. I have blocked your spell, wizard. Hey, what are you guys doing? We're playing Harry Potter. Ha! Fags!
That's all that'll happen with kids that play Harry Potter, okay? Like, it's all right.
The Ouija board was for talking to your inner self, and Christians called it cult, and they rebranded it to that. Okay, interesting. Also, Catholics and such often try to talk to dead people and ask them for stuff, but somehow that's okay. Yeah, no.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, the way you're describing priests, like, well, and the way they're depicted in movies is they have an arsenal of like, all right, I've got my cross that can burn somebody's flesh, and I've got this that can repel demons. I've got this thing that I can splash on somebody. I got this magic water that like splashes on somebody and burns their soul or something. Like, I don't know. It sounds like you got some. You're an action hero character. If anything, you're Van Helsing. That's describing Van Helsing from the movie. Like,
well, Van Helsing is
like, that's
fighting.
is.
Vampires are demonic.
Yeah, but like he's using all this like stuff. What would they call it? Just God enchanted me, so that's okay. I don't know.
Yeah, yes, I want to learn and succeed, and somehow that's bad. Moses was a wizard. Yes, he wasn't the only one with a magic staff. Yeah, that's what's interesting is like they chalk it up the way they write in the Bible. It's like, it's just like parlor tricks, but only Moses has the real power through God. They do like this stuff where it's like they're doing these spells or some shit, and then eventually like cast their staffs down and they become snakes. And then Moses casts his staff down, and his staff becomes a snake and swallows theirs, thus showing God is the real power, And
but what if the other guy was just holding back to not make God look so bad?
Well, that's what's funny too. That's what's funny too. Is like all these other cultures are facing. It's like, yeah, you can do your Jew shit or whatever. Just pay me taxes, more or less. I mean, there's some stories where it's like they're trying to force the Jews to like partake in their false practices or whatever. So that's like crossing the line of like freedom of religion by our view. But generally, all these nations that take them over are pretty lenient. It's like, yeah, you can do that, whatever. We own your land. Like you belong to us. You're our citizens. Obey the law. And yeah, it's funny because you look at like until Christendom, I guess the Jews too, but like it seems like through history, like there wasn't really religious wars. I don't know about the East. I don't know about like Buddhism and Shintoism and stuff. Don't know their history, but doesn't seem like, you know, it's all rooted kind of like, well, there's only one God and you believe in all these fake gods, and the other people, if they're fake gods, are like, hey, you can have your God. Like some of us are like, hey, we'll add that to our pantheon. And that's really the dispute.
You can't add God to your friends. No,
Yeah.
you can't add him on Facebook.
Yeah, it's like obviously the Roman soldiers all practicing the Mithraic cult in secret. He matches up what we know with Jesus quite a lot. So it's like they probably thought like, oh yeah, Jesus. So like a lot of the converts from like Rome into probably 1000 AD are still probably viewing God as like one of other gods, even if like, oh, he's only one guy. It's like, okay, sure, but like they're also praying to Odin or Zeus or whatever. He's just like in their roster now, you know. They did that with like Egypt. Like some gods were like, oh, well, we call him that, but then other ones like, oh, that's a new one. I never heard of that. Okay, I'll add him.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a one-sided fucking argument.
I don't know. I don't mean to sound like an asshole to Christians and shit, but it's just like it's funny hearing it like that. I don't know how else to react.
Yeah, no, it's like you're just being frank on like absorbing it, coming into it. Let me see what was.
And I'm pretty sure I know a lot of friends that are Christian that love Harry Potter, and I don't even know if this would ever cross their mind either. I don't know how often this crosses anyone's mind.
Ah, here it is. Okay, the thumbnail didn't match what I was looking for. All right, let's share this. This is the one I've only watched like a couple minutes, and I'm like, oh, this will be really good with Rookie. Now, this first part is them kind of like talking like this overview, and then that's when I stopped. So I'm like, I want to hear all this stuff. Let me turn up the playback. There we go.
That's exactly what they said. A new Harry Potter series is coming out, and with the popularity of both the new video game as well as witchcraft as a practicing religion, we asked the question as to whether or not Christians should be entertained by the witchcraft of Harry Potter.
Apologetics, discernment, and theology. So apologetics, that one's kind of confusing. I kind of do that. It's like I want to say apologetics like defense of faith. So it's like I do that when I'm like defending Christians, or it's like, well, no, they're not bigots. It's not like they just want to be anti-gay, like hate gays. It's like, well, that's a big sin, and we shouldn't let it pervade in society because my God says not to. So it's like they have a directive to go against installing it in government, in society. It's not that they're just hate gays, want to kill, that's inflate the two, and I have to defend against that, Christians, right. Whatever.
Without my glasses on, reading the chat, I thought Stony Mick said that Akon had his own staff for with his own powers. Aaron, yeah, I noticed. I looked closer. I don't have my glasses on, and I thought that said Akon. I was like, okay.
Well, when they say witchcraft, they're probably talking about Wicca. I think they might say that specifically. We'll see.
Okay, because I was wondering too. I'm like, I don't know if I've ever heard of anybody going into witchcraft. But I guess if Wicca is the same thing, then okay.
Yeah. Well, that one's loaded too, because like Wicca is a specific bubble, and then witchcraft, you could maybe do witchcraft in other religions.
I mean, this just sounds like what women would do at like a bachelorette party if they felt like it for fun, like a fun game. I don't know. I don't see this being like a problem anywhere, but whatever. Let's go in. Let's see what they got to say.
Welcome back to the Good Fight Radio Show. I'm your host, Chad Davidson of Good Fight Ministries. And on today's episode, we're going to be looking at the popularity of not only Harry Potter, but witchcraft as a whole, and whether or not Christians should honestly be entertaining themselves with such fantasy. Well, to discuss this very important topic with me is none other than the president and founder of Good Fight Ministries and pastor of Blessed Hope Chapel in Simi Valley, California, Pastor Joe Schimmer.
Yeah, Chad, this is such an important subject, bro, because so many professing Christians, I mean, it's the most popular nonfiction.
You should see if they get ISOM Ministries on there.
I was, going into the stream, I'm like, oh, surprising. I'm just gonna have a completely Rippaverse free show. Off the rails, totally not like any hot topic at this current point. Just totally my own interests and Rookie and enlightening him, and then you're like, ISOM. I'm like,
I just said ISOM Ministries. I
literally didn't even wear either of my detractor hats too.
I'm not even detracting. I'm just saying that the the religious group ISOM Ministries should.
Well, this is ASOM. This is the Angus School of Ministry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
By far and away. And that's crazy. I mean, it's never going to catch up to the Bible as far as the ultimate book. That's the most popular book by itself, by far. But a lot of that popularity has come from professing Christians buying these books by the hundreds of millions. And this just breaks my heart. And if you're listening and you're a professing Christian, well, Christ has to be first in your life. And it shouldn't even be a challenge. It's to be whatever Jesus says, I'm going to follow. So it's important that we get into this.
Amen. And that's the key for us. We want to make sure we always go with whatever scripture teaches on the subject and make sure that the things that we are entertaining ourselves with.
Just dumb question. Do people have to buy a Bible, or do they just like give them out for fun?
Both. There's like, you go to like a hotel, like there's like ministries, these especially like wacky Protestants, they have like a mission. People fund them somehow. Like Gideon Bibles, the New Testament with like Psalms, they just hand them out. It's a mission. We like, hey, we'll subsidize this so we can get the word in everyone's hands.
Yeah,
so,
which I figured they'd
want. Bible.
I figured they'd want to give them out more than charge for them or something.
No, I mean, yeah, you can like my Dure Rames.
I can understand charging for them too, of course, but it's just what is it more important to get the message out or to get a paycheck?
Well, there's like the flat, let's just get the Bible out, but then there's like more study Bibles, etc. Different theologians of different sects.
I got you.
Yeah.
Are not the things that God hates. So with that, Joe, one of the reasons this is getting brought up, it's not just random, is the fact that there is a new series coming out. And there's a lot of controversy around it because it looks like J.K. Rowling is going to be a part of it. And a lot of people have really had a lot of problems with her. Now, some people have always had a problem with the fact that, she is somewhat of a medium, but we'll get into that later. The fact is people are not understanding why she isn't more supportive of the trans rights and so forth. And so people are really upset. So they're
like happy that she made Dumbledore, I mean, the great magician, gay.
Dumbledore being gay?
Yeah.
Well, was that something that was just thrown out for the American press to get them stirred up a bit? No.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, that too, Joe. The randomness of that, even though it's not random when you realize people are just acquiescing to whatever the culture says and they think maybe people will accept me. Well, she's not being accepted right now. And she's still going to be involved, apparently, with this new series. So, according to reports, a Harry Potter TV series is officially moving forward at HBO.
Oh, right. TV series. They get way more in depth, way more children.
And this is post House of Dragon. Maybe they can learn a thing or two from things like that. And so if it's on Max, home of House of the Dragon as well. Just say it.
I'm just excited because, like, not having read the books, I know there's a lot missing that might add depth. And little details are just like, wait, what are the rules of this place? Like,
right.
Maybe that'll clarify it more. It'd be more enriching for us Satanists. I'll learn more spells.
I think it's interesting that they said, like, that a lot of people don't like her right now, but they should have probably included, even though they don't like her at all, the game still made like a bunch of money. So, like, does it matter?
I think they talk about this big intro. They're kind of giving the full spectrum of popularity and the current value.
So even if they hate her, people still seem to get the product anyway.
Yeah, no, first part, what I listened to before I stopped was like they're kind of giving a full spectrum of like the success and stuff. And yeah,
and they seem like good.
The announcement was made
so far, so that's good.
During the Warner Brothers Discovery's presentation to press and investors on April 12th, during which it was announced that HBO Max and Discovery Plus are officially being combined into a new service dubbed simply Max. Now, Joe, there's a reason why they're announcing Harry Potter, the new series, because guess what? They're starting this new thing. We're not HBO Max. We're just going to be called Max and get a bunch of subscribers and so forth. But why would they think this might help? Well, because there's a recent video game that came out.
Yeah.
Very, very popular. Hogwarts Legacy came out. And according to reports, it says Hogwarts Legacy not only single-handedly boosted PS5 console sales in February, it bumped up 2023's first quarter sales in multiple video game markets, as spotted by Twitter user Tim22. Darby's profile states that Hogwarts Legacy achieved 256% to planned sell-through at launch and exceeded 12 million units in sales in the first 2 weeks. Within this time period, Hogwarts Legacy earned over 850 million in revenue and broke Twitch's record for highest peak concurrent viewers ever for a single-player game. Within 1 month on the market, Hogwarts Legacy became 2023's best-selling video game in the U.S. to date. So, Joe, it seems like, hey, HBO's like,
that's cool. It's good that they actually point out all that stuff too. They're not like omitting that stuff. That's good.
Well, I mean, it only helps their case and how they're going to spin this.
I'm sure, but I just, you know,
it's like this is a problem we have to face. We thought we were done in 2011, but it's still here.
Like they still presented it all and showed it as well, so that's just fair. So,
well, okay. Here's what's funny to me with this paranoia of like fiction, and it can take your kids astray and stuff. It's like, watch Alex Jones. Like he'll kind of like have these same kind of talking points. But he's talking about like, hey, there's secret organizations in the government hiding behind the scenes, rubbing elbows with powerful elites of different industries to poison you, to keep you sick, to take away your rights. Like I feel like that's like way more worthwhile, even if it's like exaggerated. If it's like, oh, it's like, yeah, like 3 guys from like Pfizer and BlackRock hung out and they want to do this like New World, you know, the WHO or whatever, the World Economic Forum plans. You know, it's like that's way more of a problem than like, you know, even if you think, well, Harry Potter's just one little cog, it's like, well, that's like way down the list versus like flooding a country with foreigners to upend your culture. Like,
I thought you were going to say in general with a flood, because if you're flooded and you're dealing with your house not being there and you need food, pretty sure reading's not going to be top on your list.
Like domestic shoot. Hold on, let me look something up to add to this point.
Okay.
Let me see. So, I was looking up Wicca shooters.
Did their weapons happen to be wands?
No, not finding any. This guy that I looked, just typing in Wicca shooters, domestic shooters. It's just about a guy who's in Wicca and died of cancer. So, like, you know, it's like,
that's
the harm of
that's just God showing him he shouldn't have gotten into Wicca.
There's literally, I can't find anything about like, besides like satanic panic, like, oh, some kids like stabbed a cat and nailed it to a cross to be like shocking or something, edgy kids in the woods. There might be like weird gangs that'll like target some chick in high school they don't like and stab her to death. There's no like pervasive, oh man, you know, the Ku Klux Klan is a terrorist organization and they have like their own version of the Bible because they're a Christian exclusive.
What do they think of Harry Potter?
That's interesting. It's like, well, Harry Potter's fine till they let the blacks in.
I wonder if they'd have common ground here.
How am I supposed to let my kids enjoy, you know, a magical world when they let Negroes into the school?
He wanted Cho Chang pussy. What's up with that?
He's watering down. Oh no, we're going to have mudbloods. They're going to have white people mate with browns in the Hogwarts.
He's a half breed. What's she doing here?
I can't let my kids see that mixing of race in the wizarding world.
Half breeds walking around. No, thank you.
Hogwarts used to be pure.
Now I want to see the Ku Klux Klansman like student attending Hogwarts.
Well, it's funny because
everyone has their black robes and black hats, and he comes in with his white robe and white hat. It's like, ooh, he's a standout. He's a rebel.
Well, it's funny because their like top leaders are wizards. That's why I made the joke where it's like about the your father was a wizard, Harry, and I have the Klansman.
I did not connect that when you said that.
Yeah, it's not just like the hoods. It's why they have, because like
pretty funny.
When they started and why they wore the white sheets is like they're like ghouls, scared the blacks out of town. Like
that's their origin for real.
Yeah, it's like
they made a joke with that in South Park. They're like, let's put on these white cloaks and scare them because they hate ghosts.
Yeah, well, I
don't
don't know.
That was like more layered. I didn't know that.
I don't know if it was like they're targeting them because like they knew some of them were still doing like voodoo or whatever, like African paganism, and like Chinese hate ghosts. So maybe the Africans had that problem. I don't know, but it was just like it was just an image thing. Like, we're gonna scare you out of here, blacks. Like.
Universal Studios made an entire area just for Hogwarts. You can walk around, drink butterbeer, and all your nonsense there. Okay, so this stuff is popular, and HBO's like, we got to get on this train. We got to get on this track. The fact is that it's growing, Joe, and it seems like even the religion as well.
Yeah, and as Christians, we've been warning about this for years, that there would be an occult explosion, not because we have any on our own personal special insight, but because God's word reveals that the last days, Paul said, terrible times would come. Men will be lovers of self, and they'd have a form of godliness. And he goes on to talk about just like Jannes and Jambres.
Yeah,
it's funny they're like citing,
point. Oh my God.
Well, they're citing this idea of the end time. So
no, I know, but that's been the end times for like 100 years. Like, shut up.
No,
that's
the book of Revelation was written during Nero. All right, so this is when the Christians getting thrown in the Colosseum, etc. So it's like this. They're echoing the book of Daniel and his prophetic visions. So, because all the Christians when they started were Jews that converted to this new interpretation of like the prophecies fulfilled saviors here. So, end times, they're like people like these people are reading it as like, oh, it's like this is going to happen. It's like, well, they're writing it thinking that they were all going to face the end times in Rome. So, when you're like Catholic or Orthodox, they don't really put a lot of stock in Revelation. Not that it's not a book of the Bible, but they're like, it's just, I don't know, it's all about like, well, you should just worry about yourself right now and do Jesus stuff as best you can. Not like the end time's coming for you within like 100 years, regardless. Like that's like the Catholic view of things. They don't care. Protestants, they love scaring you with the book of Revelation, the Antichrist, it's around the corner, we're seeing the signs, the end times.
The things are getting worse than it was last week. That means it's the end of the world. It's like, oh my God, that's the thing you save at the end because it's not as valid. It's not anywhere near a good. It's like, oh, that's your starting point. Oh no, we got nothing, do you?
Well, it's funny because like it's been a while since I've ever like exposed myself to some of this stuff, because again, going Catholic, they almost never read Revelation. It never really comes up in the liturgy that much. It's not that important to harp on. It's the Gospels and the sacrifice of Jesus and the prophecies that echo what will come with Jesus from the Old Testament. And maybe some history stuff, of like Genesis, and it's all like all of it is like reflects back on the main point of the Gospels and Jesus' time on earth and his prophets, his works and his miracles and preachings and his parables.
Stoney says there are ghosts of the Confederacy. That actually is like a cool origin for them in a way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the whole South will rise again.
Lost the Civil War, but we gonna get you still. So, it's crazy. That's funny. Okay. Anyway,
thanks, Harry Potter. We're learning all about all sorts of wizards and ghouls.
So end times. This is why we gotta worry, because end times.
Just as they withstood Moses, they withstood the truth. These were the magicians that counterfeited God's power, and tried to duplicate, and were able to duplicate some of the miracles that Moses and Aaron did, but weren't able to duplicate others because he's the Most High God. They can't duplicate him, but they were counterfeits using occult power, Chad, right? And 5 times the New Testament used the word pharmakeia, which translates magic arts, sorcery, and what have you. But 4 of those 5 times is in the book of Revelation, indicating that this would be an end time movement. There'd be this explosion of occult powers. And of course, the Bible says the Antichrist, who comes at the end of the age.
Sounds like he's a little scared of people getting godly powers. A little scared there, guy. What's the problem? What's the problem? You can't deal with that? No. Gonna be end times.
Yeah.
All right. What
Jesus destroys, he'll come with all kinds of power and signs and counterfeit wonders. So the scriptures forecast an occult explosion. The tragedy is it talks about how a lot of people have a form of godliness, claim to be Christians, that would be sucked up in this. And of course, the Harry Potter movement has been an incredible conduit to that. In fact, it's interesting. We've been warning about that for years. We did a video, which is available to you guys on Harry Potter, an expose years ago. And we just head on went after it and said, hey, look, J.K. Rowling. I mean, J.K. Rowling was fascinated with witchcraft even as a youngster, would dress up like a witch and so forth. And she said when she wrote the series, remember the Bible talks about in 1 Timothy chapter 4 that the last time some will depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of demons. Demons would channel people. And she states that these different people like Harry Potter and all these different characters start strolling into her consciousness when she was on a subway. And she's basically like taking notes. And she later talks about how the narrative that she would hear like a voice.
Like inspiration hits you and it must be demons. Like,
right. Yeah. You see, like,
okay. I mean, literally, this is how most writers of anything ever write anything. I don't know.
Oh, this is great. So, like, I've told you before, and I've, I think I've impressed it on you before, but like Antifa people, because it's like, this communist destroy the family agenda, even for like BLM. It's like they want to dismantle the patriarchal, this and that, which means get fathers out of the home, which has already happened for the Black community, 80% upwards, without fathers in the home.
Yeah.
So people instantly knee jerk like satanic, like the intrinsic whatever the communism, this agenda is satanic, and it's like, no, Antifa is a derivative of American Christian like permutations in our society, because it's just like maybe a warping of it, but it's like you don't get this political thought without the religious underpinnings of Christendom. Original sin, you have the sin of Adam that stains all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So you're forever sorry. Well, you have whiteness and maleness and straightness with like Antifa leftism. They hate the rich. They want to like kill all the billionaires. The Bible's full of like demonizing rich people. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. But then they love rich people if they give their money to the church. So it's like, oh, he's great because
they built like a church stronghold. That's like, you can't siege this.
The Vatican.
Of course, in modern terms, I don't know how that would translate necessarily.
Well, I mean, the Vatican's one of the biggest owners of antiquities merchandise. Like, we look up like pictures of like, just for instance, I'll be looking up like pictures of like Athena statues, trying to find like the perfect one to like find like a personal like mimic of for like my own home. And then it's like the picture will be like, oh, 2019 Vatican museum or library. So it's like they own a whole bunch of antiquities shit in their vaults and stuff. They'll like swap them out, just like museums, they'll swap out displays and stuff. So they kind of have a stronghold in a sense. Like there's so much unknown riches as the Catholic Church itself has. Don't know about the Orthodox, didn't grow up in that, so don't know what illicit affairs.
Does every Christian have like a sword? Like they're ready to, and like armor, they're ready to be
the armor of God.
They're all ready to be called upon for duty. They had that in South Park where like the Canada was calling for its citizens to come, and you have Ike, and he's got a little like lunchbox that has like a sword and a little map and a sandwich. You can go fight to go save the princess or something.
No, even though there's all sorts of great battles in the Old Testament for the people of God, New Testament, the big like weaponry quote is in the Garden of Gethsemane. Judas is bringing the Pharisees or the guards or whatever to arrest Jesus to hand him over to the Romans. So he meets him in the Garden of Gethsemane, and Peter pulls out his sword, which is probably like a gladius or something, a short sword probably, pulls it out and slices one of the guards' ears off. And then Jesus heals the man's ear, and he tells Peter, like, those who live by the sword die by the sword.
By regrowing his ear, or just like,
at least the way they show it. I don't know the direct lines in the Bible, but he cuts off his ear. He either regrows it through miracle, or he just picks it up and heals him. It's a little miracle.
Magic trick in your ears.
It's like Family Guy where Jesus is doing his tricks. Like,
here's my magic trick. Yeah. That's what I'm picturing.
It's so funny to like talk to someone who didn't grow up with any of this knowledge and to like paraphrase it for you to understand. It's like, yeah, it's silly, right? Like
just right. You guys think about what's going on there. Okay? So it's crazy because how do you indoctrinate? These books are children's books. They're directed at children, the most vulnerable among us. And over again, the Bible, God's word says that witchcraft wizardry is an abomination to God. Well, how can you make this tantalizing, seductive, acceptable? You put a sweet veneer on it. And of course, a lot of Christians were saying, hey, this is going to make Wicca and witchcraft, more popular. A lot of people try to say, oh, no, it's not a big deal. Well, guess what?
This is why I wanted to watch it, because like literally this is you, the atheist. You're like, yeah, I was no.
Literally, yeah. I'm like, I don't see the big deal at all. I don't see how again, the South Park goes, I cast my spell on you, wizard. I block you with my other enchantment.
Well, the idea is think of that example, like kids are like, haha, Leviosa, pew pew, with like, toy wands, and then it's like they'll look into like, oh, it's like anyone made like a real spell, and then you'll find like some witch forum or some Wicca page or some occult store to like buy potions.
I don't know, like I didn't watch Lord of the Rings and go, something here I need to go do. I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, he's got the Palantir, which is like you go to a psychic. They have those.
I don't know. I
see this.
They must like my brain never. Not often. If it ever did, it wasn't like to an extent where I actually really believed what I'm seeing. Like there's like misunderstandings of where do the actors go when it turned the TV off, like like what happens there. Like there's a disconnect of that type of thing, but I don't know. There wasn't this like, okay, I saw that on screen, therefore I'm going to in real life parallel that with what I can seek out. Like, I don't know, that never happened. I never did that.
Stoney has
like
a good point.
The movie.
He says you would think the soldiers would have been like, holy shit, he's the real deal if he just magic fixed someone's ear. Yeah, that's what's funny. My assumption is because like what you don't get in the Bible, at least not in like a just straight reading, but you kind of got to know about history and stuff. There, just like the Egyptians and Moses with the snakes and the staffs and their magic tricks. This is pervasive, people. There's a lot of people were saying they were, if not the name Jesus, they were saying they were like the idea of Jesus. There's a lot of false messiahs, false prophets. So this is again why the Jews are, just tuning out Jesus. But unfortunately, he's like building a following, and they try to put him in these philosophical like boxes, these corners, and he like figures out a way out of them and keeps foiling them, like discrediting him in the public. And so it escalates. You have a story of escalation with like the Jewish leaders in the Bible. Jesus being a rabble rouser, essentially. Big thing is Jesus is like basically an making like an anti-temple cult, and the temple makes a lot of money. And whether you want to say like the people making the money are just like being like distributing it back to the populace for God's work, or if they're bad priests stealing the money, under the guise, just like mega churches, you got like private jets, but like, oh, you got to send us any donation you can over the phone.
I've got to go to Euthanopia or something real quick to make sure that they can read the Bible,
Yeah. I can't fly Pat. I can't fly Coach. It's demons on there. Like you saw that video, right? That weird preacher where like someone's like fucking confronting him before he gets on like his private jet. And he's got like all these vacation homes and shit, but he's supposed to be doing God's work. And he's talking about
there's like they're gonna say he's got like a couple hotties come on board or something.
There's like a video that Rogan showed where he showed that, and then he showed this one where he's like bragging about like, God wanted me to have this. He's like, I already got like 5 of these like super expensive, probably $10,000 or more watches. And he's like, God wanted me to have another one. Like literally saying shit like that. It was like, you are evil. Like so there might have been, people doing that shit. Because like especially when like Greeks take over, when they needed to like recruit funding for like wars and stuff to pay like their soldiers, they would strip the temples of the donations. Yeah, so the temples back then were kind of like banks in a way, especially in the Hellenic world, the Greek world. So you assume Mediterranean, they're probably doing something like that with the God's temple, even though it's kind of got more rules.
Exactly what happened. In fact, we quoted one of our articles that dealt with Harry Potter and others years ago. I quote MTV News: Wicca is one of the fastest growing religions in the United States. since then it's been called the fastest growing.
Wait, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Is like, this is the same problem in comics, or like, oh, women are the hugest demographic growing in comic readership. It's like, well, you had 3, now you have 6. So you're like, oh, we have 100% increase or 200%. You know, it's like, well, you don't have any. Like, how many? Let me see, how many Christians are in the U.S. So the U.S. has 330,000 people, maybe more now. 210 million, according to 2023, are Christian of some variety. So you're talking about 2/3 of the nation is Christian to some degree,
And a lot of people can become Christian suddenly too.
Right. How many Wiccans are in the U.S.? According to 2018, about 1.5 million.
Are you going to be like 17?
So, oh, it's growing. It's like, yeah.
Wait, so what was the Christian number?
210 million, give or take.
And then they're freaking out about 1.5 million.
Yeah, they're freaking out about a cult following.
Well, that could
no competition.
Well, that means in another 40 years, that could be 3 million.
Right. Yeah. You see, like, the paranoia is like, again, it's all roots into like, well, there's only one God. So
But
anyone else,
so
we got to
was it-
stop anything else. You know, it's this paranoia when pretty much every other religion, besides, like, you know, besides the Abrahamic faith, they believe in just one thing. Everyone else is kind of like, well, you can do that, whatever. I think this, you know.
Why don't you make a fun God franchise that's fun? And like it's just like the opposite of Harry Potter, but like
God wanted me to get on this roller coaster. Whee! Oh man, God bless me with cotton candy and Skittles.
Yeah, they have not really perfected making entertaining God movies, you know. So, I don't know. I'm trying to say Christian movies.
Now the Wiccans say there's more Wiccans now belong to Wicca came out than Presbyterians in the United States.
Yeah.
That's right. What's interesting, the MTV article went on to say, listen to this, a surprising number of young witches MTV's news spoke with also said that they became curious about their faith through misguided pop culture fare, like mentions a couple popular shows about witchcraft. And that says, and the Harry Potter series. Now listen to what they go on to say. MTV goes on to report, guess a few conservative Christian groups were right about that one. In other words, we were right.
Yeah.
Not just us, but it's going to happen because it's full-blown advertisement. And now, Chad, this is a blow mind because we've been saying that Crowley, the most highly regarded Satanist of the last century, a magician, Gerald Gardner, belonged to his OTO. Gerald Gardner, if you look up Wicca, just even on popular Wikipedia, if you look up Wicca, you'll see that Gerald Gardner, who is a
well, he's using Wikipedia. Oh no, not going to be bad or something.
Wicca.
Well, he's obtaining information. Isn't that like a handout to Satan or something?
No, you see, this is the
why is he educating himself at all?
Yeah, this is the talking out both sides of your mouth thing that I kind of like picked up on at some point in my 20s, where I'm like, oh, like science is bad. Evolution is just a lie from Satan. Except when the science says they can't explain the Shroud of Turin, which Shroud of Turin is supposedly the death coverings that they put Jesus in that left like his imprint. Supposedly there's like weird findings. There's like vegetation elements. They're like, oh, this is like 2,000 years old. Like,
what if Jesus?
How would you know that if you didn't have science with the carbon dating that also gives us a good guess at how old the Earth is?
That'd be pretty funny to me if Jesus was like a robot.
Right. This is funny because like there's certain
the future.
There's certain sects of Christendom, like these lower sects of like the fundamentalists of Protestants that they just totally disregard science and be like, oh, well, because like the timeline that the Bible gives us with the lineage from Adam to now, well, you know, at that point in the Bible, like there's a lot of like a genealogy in the Bible to follow like family from Adam. So you like do the math, roughly it's like the earth is 6,000 years old according to the genealogy. And it's like, well, when you find a cave painting that's 40,000 years old, it instantly chops the knees out from that. And then they're like, well, the scientists think they can dare find these things out, But then, the Shroud of Turin, it's 2,000 years old, vegetation. And it's like talking on both sides of your mouth, like they like to pick and choose, just like the left loves to, like, science, evolution. But it's like, well, we're apes, and all apes are patriarchal and so so it's like you get these like religious. Doesn't have to be a god necessarily, but you can start piecing out these religions. It's very interesting.
The one who started what's called popular Wicca today, and Crowley's "Do What Thou Wilt" shall be the whole law. Well, they have a kinder version of "Do What Thou Wilt" as part of the Wiccan Rede. So it's important to understand, you guys, that Satanism is pure. It's still Satanism. Satan comes. He doesn't appear in all of his grotesque, naked deformity. Nobody would follow him. Very few people would, that is. But he comes as an angel of light, the Bible says. And sadly, many Christians are being duped. It's not that big of a deal. But
it's funny because it's like Satan, classically is like, rock and roll is the devil's music. It's like, this decrepit freak. And then he gets a guitar like, hey, that guy rocks. Cool. Like, I was wrong about him. All right, I'm going to follow that ugly guy.
Yep.
Witchcraft's an abomination to God.
Amen. And, it's so interesting. Obviously, from the scriptures, as you mentioned, like Janus and Jambres, we see that end times explosion.
Yeah.
We see all those things. And you see the warnings that went out. The Christians that said, it reminds me so much of the choir up in San Francisco who made that song.
Yeah.
It's directed at children. And the song that they made were that the Christians were right. We will indoctrinate your children.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what they've been doing. And so when people said, hey, when the heroes of the children are witches and warlocks, guess what? That's going to make kids want to be witches and warlocks. I don't understand how anyone could look at that and go, oh, yeah, no, you're just crazy. That's exactly what they said.
You get, rookie?
Why don't Christians make cool Christian movies that are cool that can also get the attention of the kids? So they can also be I don't know. You guys are complaining that children like to be entertained.
The best thing Christians made was VeggieTales. You're talking about like, get the kids VeggieTales. That's all he did. That's
like,
it's
like they just think so. You can't just like control how children react to things, but like that they're entertained by stuff. So instead of just whining, no, they're going for Satan. Well, then come up with the deflection. God wants you to come up with a counter to Harry Potter instead of bitching about Harry Potter. Like, right? Wouldn't that be the better solution? Or I'm sorry, you're not supposed to be curious about anything or do anything. Okay, or I'm misinterpreting.
Well, that means you're going to have to go to school, and school will teach you things that aren't Christian.
Of course, I'm being
going to
lead
you astray.
Like, I'm sure there's stories and stuff about the Bible that says to do things instead of not. Based on these videos, it sounds like they're saying though is like that looking into these fun things is bad. And it's like, well, yeah, but you guys don't have that much fun things. What are you talking about?
To clarify, let me see. Bishop movie review. Baron, that's his name. Bishop. That's funny. Baron Harry. Did he do Harry Potter? Is Harry Potter okay for Catholics? Okay. So I wasn't finding the guy I was looking for, but I guess there's. There's this bishop that I've followed before. He does like movie reviews sometimes. And he did like Shape of Water, which is like these people were like, it's got sex with the fish man. And it's promoting bestiality. It's a cult. It's demonic.
Right.
It's like he is a Catholic bishop, and he's like, hey, here's a secular movie of entertainment. He highlights the subtle theme of like anti-church stuff.
Bring out the exorcist. He is possessed by a demon.
Yeah. So Bishop Barron does give you Christian perspective on his reviews when it's pertinent, but he's like, he's engaging art, regardless if it is his God agenda or not. Like that's the brilliance of Catholicism. I don't know about Orthodoxy. I can't say. I assume though. Again, the Vatican vaults all their antiquities saved. They help preserve Islam as well a little bit with Aristotle, but there's like these more I would say enlightened points of Christendom that they've preserved non-Christian things that people like these would just like burn, you know. So I'm not blanketing all Christians. There's kind of thematic talking points that kind of everyone has to own if they're Christian, that they're on the periphery of. But I'm really talking about like these paranoid people where it's like, yeah, it's like a secular work of art. It's got like folklore, pagan roots in its mythology.
Yeah,
but it's entertainment. Like it's a fantasy. Like it's fine.
Stony Mick says that that VeggieTales was fire.
Yeah, no, VeggieTales was fucking cool.
Said, but Joe, you just quoted from there. Let's see what the numbers look like now.
Yeah.
Because a recent article by NBC, an opinion piece by Antonio Pagliarulo, this is what he had to say, quote, "Why paganism and witchcraft are making a comeback. On a recent trip to Salem, Massachusetts, I overheard the same question. Is magic really real? For me, the answer is yes. I am one of 1 million plus Americans who, whether proudly, secretly, or dabbling through the power of consumerism, practice some form of witchcraft, which includes Wicca, paganism, folk magic, and other New Age traditions, is one of the fastest growing spiritual paths in America. In 1990, so Joe, this is us looking back at the data. This is them, pagans, telling us about this, looking at the data. 1990, was there any Harry Potter back then? Absolutely not. So Joe, in 1990, Trinity College in Connecticut estimated that there were about 8,000 adherents of Wicca. But in 2008, this is long after Harry Potter's folklore, popularized books, many of the movies that had already been out as well, in the U.S. Census Bureau figure was 342,000. And then in 2014, a Pew Research study increased what projections several times over in assessing that 0.4% of Americans identified as pagan, Wiccan, or New Age. And by 2050, it is said that the number of Americans practicing other religions, faiths outside of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, would triple, due largely to switching into other religions, such as Wicca and pagan religion.
Well, it's funny he skips over this part. Most modern pagan worship, of which Wicca is one type, draws on pre-Christian traditions in revering nature. So, oh man, we're going to have a bunch of environmentally conscious practitioners that want to not hurt the earth.
What do they think is going to happen? Let's say we got a group. Let's say we got 20 Wiccans. What happens?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find when I looked up Shooter. I was trying to see because like Timothy McVeigh, I think he was like this like paranoid weird Christian cult. I think he was getting revenge on the government. Like he was the Oklahoma City bombing guy. So I want to say he was getting revenge on the government for Waco, Texas, which was a weird cult. This guy claimed that he was the Messiah, and it's probably a weird sex cult. And there's like a standoff, I don't know what you call it, with the I think FBI, and then somehow the shit just ended up burning and killing everybody. It's a big fuck up by the government in this like basically hostage situation with minors, because it's like families converted and had their kids and shit, and then he was obviously being like, oh, I need wives, you know. Yeah, that was a Christian cult. Let me see. Violent witch cult, modern.
Because he paints this picture as being so horrible, and I'm just going, what happens if there's like, okay, let's say half of America are Wiccans.
Hey,
what's different?
Interesting. Here's an article from Newsroom. I don't know how valid they are as a publication. The anti-vax cult has found a witch. Wait, what was the?
How did we not hear about this?
Wait. Sorry, I read that. I sped by it when I was scanning it as like it started with a witch.
Okay,
that's how I was reading it.
The
so
anti-vax cult is like, oh, we need somebody to lead a witch. Oh, perfect, we got one. We found one. Oh goodness.
Let me see. Who is this person? Susie Wiles. Who is this? Microbiologist. Huh. I'll have to look at that later.
That's right. So Joe, been calling it out for years. Been saying that if these are the things that you're meditating on, guess what's
Wait, I gotta go back to this little line here. The revering nature. So they're paranoid that mainly women are going to leave Christendom and worship trees and do like green magic, which is like very herb plant focused magic spells or whatever. It's
Okay,
all of
so
this is like a lot of people doing
harmless
herbology.
things.
All of it, like a lot of Wicca stuff, is just like herbology stuff for like intended magics of some kind.
Yeah, I'm
potions,
imagining
whatever.
people like making a cocktail of plants. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing really, just whatever.
And trying to cast wards through their practice or spells. What else? Buying lots of crystals because they have energy of some kind. Concern about their astrology signs and the placement of the moon at a given point in time. And it's just people going to be at home. Maybe they'll meet up and do group tree stuff. I don't know. Like I was telling you, the witch broom came from pagans doing fertility shit, because like the phallus, the penis, was a big symbol in Rome of like good luck against, like, I think it's against the evil eye. I'm not sure. But yeah, it was on all sorts of monuments of penises. You can find them in old sites still. And so like harvest time or planting time, these people do like these fertility ritual. They'd get like basically a broom. It's a big dildo because it's a penis, because penis is like a good luck sign. So they'd like run around the field with the fucking basically a broomstick dildo for trying to bless their crops or their yield.
Okay.
I was in this medieval class, and there was a confessional from back then. So like a guide for priests to inquire of the penitent person coming for confession. Like, have you done this, that, or the other? And so some of the things are like give insight, because this is like 700-800 AD. And so this gives insight where it's like, this is a completely Christian, as far as we know, society now. They're all converted, but they're inquiring all these like pagan ritual stuff because it's still permeating through generational like education. And so it'd be like, have you stuffed a fish up your pussy and then fed it to your lover? Because it's like a fertility thing. Like, I don't know. Have you made a mix of like oats and honey and smeared it on your lover's ass and then made it a cake or something? Like,
okay,
there's all sorts of weird little fertility. This is what witchcraft is, like the roots of it, old folklore tradition stuff.
So it wouldn't really be that bad if they got their way.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen Apocalypto, but
No.
in Apocalypto, they're like Mayans or Aztec, and they go on like a hunt. And they kill a tapir, those like elephant trunk little creatures.
Yeah.
And this one guy in the group, this warrior, he can't conceive. He hasn't had a kid yet. He's having problems, and so he's like really paranoid, and it's just on his mind all the time. He's not performing, or he's not succeeding, in the goal. And so everyone's noticing, and he's got the pressure on him. And so they tell him like, hey, eat these tapir balls. It'll like, imbue you, which makes sense when you're like animistic, your Indian religion. You're thinking like spirits and animals and stuff. And you get the power from it's a very human, primal idea of religion, of like harnessing the energy. It's why like, you kill, you have a kill, you drink its blood or eat its heart after you kill it, to get its power. Same thing. Eat the tapir balls to get like its fertility powers, and it's like actually a big gag on him because he actually like starts eating it, and they're like, he fell for it. Like that is the root of Wicca, witchcraft, paganism. It's a lot of just like mundane, primal insight, and so it's like turning back to a more not regal time, but just like naturalistic, pre-scientific kind of ideas where it's like, yeah, we have science and we can do all these cures, but there's things that are just tied to the earth that can imbue us in some way. That's what witchcraft is.
I feel like at the same time, there could be Christians that do that. I don't see what the separation is when you say
because that's a cult. That's like pagan practice. That's not what God commands.
Yeah, but like it doesn't. I don't know. To me, that's not really breaking a rule, really. Like, I don't know.
Well, you would.
Well, I mean, shoving the thing up the pussy is probably not the best idea in terms of in God's eyes.
Well,
You
yeah,
can just
modern day, be like,
you can
whoa,
just
you're gonna get a
just
weird.
you just go to the confession and be like, sorry, bro, and he's like, all right, cool, and then you're good, right? Like, is that,
Yeah, but you get the
then,
idea of like, all right, let me stick
I
a
don't
live.
see I don't see the worry. I
Let
don't
me
know.
stick a live fish in my pussy, and then like when it dies, I cut it up and feed it to my lover to like
And
get
then that leads
fertility.
to
Well, the idea is like it's a fertility enchantment, basically, of it's like genital focus. You kind of get it when you think of like pre-science, of like, man, I can't have a kid, or I keep having stillborns, miscarriages.
I'm sure most women don't want to shove a fish up their pussy. Like,
I'm sure none of them enjoyed it, but it was like someone, just like spitballing, like, man, what do I do? Let me like prey on it. What idea can I come up with? And then it's like, what if I, do this and then make it a dish? It's like in Midsummer when she's trying to like basically charm him or like put a spell on him. So he finds like the pubic hair in his pie because that's like a fertility idea. It's like a love enchantment. Same idea. Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. As I said, I still don't see the worry really over the long run. I heard everything you said. I get it, but I don't get the worry for it. But just continue. Yeah.
It's going to increase. More people are going to leave and run away from the one true God into a form of paganism where they can just basically mold a god in their own image and then worship it and then hopefully get these spirits to help them do their casting of spells. That this is going to be popularized. And as you said, the Bible already said, this is already predicted by the scriptures.
Yeah, amen. And it's important.
So this is where it becomes for me. I'm like, oh, why do you care? Because like
don't
in your
see how
own book,
this
like,
affects them at all. Like,
for an example, well, it affects them because they have kids, so they're worried about their kids being the fallen, basically. So it's it's all rooted in like a good idea, a good intent, but it becomes paranoia where it's like, I don't think God wants you to like worry this much. That's the thing I get from Jesus. I mean, a lot of people try to like ape Jesus's the story of him in the Gospels. It's like he was just a hippie, man. He just wanted to be cool. And it's like, well, he told people a lot of times about like imagery of hell and like you're going to go to hell. Like he's very like violent sometimes with his like
be a good
rhetoric.
boy, you're gonna burn in hell.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really the fear of like their own family going to hell, and by extension society, because it's like, oh, if society falls into this and it becomes pervasive, then we'll turn from God and God will not bless us. Because all the times in Israel when they like turn from God in various ways, they adapt new religions and God curses them. That's like the recurring story. They find God in their struggle, like the Exodus, and they leave Egypt, and he blesses them with the land of milk and honey. And then they turn from God and he casts them out. They become slaves, get killed, earthquakes, droughts, Same idea with like the plague in the Middle Ages recurring off and on. Well, God is angry with us for some reason, so then people get more entrenched in like, well, what acts do we have to do to like stop this,
Yeah.
Same idea through history.
Okay.
And that those in our audience, we love you guys, that you understand there is definitely a spiritual war that Satan rebelled against God and brought a lot of the angels with him, just over a third of them. And they're in the spiritual world. And God warns against practicing magic over and over again and dabbling in that demonic world. And that's what witchcraft does. It opens you to that very, very dark demonic world. Now, it's interesting, Chad, because a ton of the people that are into Harry Potter, they're like way into it. It's like, what's this mean? Who's that? And she's left clues, man.
It's like very fun and cool and like fun. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like I feel like that's the word that they're not understanding. Like she made it fun and exciting and thrilling, and they're like, no, can't have that. Can't have that. I guess that's one of the main things. Get either.
It's like, hey, this guy's got an invisibility cloak, and it's like the people around him, like it at the end with the wand guy. It's like, well, like you don't believe in this silly stuff these wives' tales,
right?
Like he's very entrenched and aged in this wizarding world, and even he like doesn't believe in this is too far even for wizards to like. That's not real. Like
talking to snakes, you must be weird. And I don't even connect. Oh, Satan talking to snakes. Oh, blah, blah.
Oh
But
yeah, actually, that's
totally,
actually funny.
guess
I
that's
never
probably one of
I never
those.
connected to that, but yeah, that would be an instant. Yeah, snakes are a huge symbol of evil. 'cause
But
of
even in the
snake
movie, the
garden.
characters say that's not good. So isn't that something they should praise? And be like, yeah, good on you for not liking the evil snake house, and snakes and stuff are bad. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I actually watched a video I was talking about today. It's talking about the different houses, and it's like, well, Hufflepuff is like herbs and food, and they're kind of like the loser group.
They
But,
are.
like,
They're the especially the name Hufflepuff. Who wants to be called? Who wants to be in that group? Ugh.
the idea
Makes
is
makes
like,
you think of Rose Tico or something. That's like,
yeah, like
you know,
Slytherin is about power, and they're about like purebloods, and then Gryffindor is about like bravery. Hufflepuff is kind of like outcasts and like overlooked, like hidden gems, basically, and herb magic, stuff like that. And wait, why was it Neville a
yeah.
Hufflepuff? And then I don't know about Ravenclaw.
Nobody knows about Ravenclaw. No, because the bravery and courage that he, even though he's like, you know, a little, I don't know what I'd call him, like, you know, a nervous
He's like a
wreck
potion
all the
guy.
time. Yeah. But he still, like, you know, in the first one, he's like, you know, you're gonna get Gryffindor into trouble again. I'll fight you. And then
You know what's
there's-
funny
he stands
is this actually ties to real world example that I know of. I haven't dug into it with more depth, but I remember reading a kid's biography. It was like it was more in depth, but it was still like a kid's book, like one of those like thin books, you know. It's tall
Yeah.
though. Had a lot of paintings or, you know, copies of like Leonardo. It's a Leonardo book. And it's talking about how he was dissecting bodies, and you know,
Okay.
he is the root of like modern anatomy art and insight into the body. He's like the kind of the real start of it, at
Okay.
least on paper. You know, I'm sure all sorts of people through history of like medicine man is like, hey, let me this guy's already dead, let me like cut him up and, you know, investigate and just start guessing about like functions of organs and stuff. They obviously knew like the heart, lungs, ribs, you know, but other things are probably like, oh yeah, this is where like your soul is, and you know, this is like your courage is, you know, they would get ideas like that. 'cause they
Right.
don't-
Yeah. I can see that.
yeah, but Leonardo is like the root of modern anatomy artistry, and him doing this, cutting up bodies, including like dead pregnant women and shit. The church was like out to get him. This is before the Reformation, like by 100 years. So he was deemed a witch, at least for a while, so that they were after him. And so this only adds fuel to like the Da Vinci Code shit. Like Da Vinci left clues of like the real cup of Christ is like actually an allegory for like his children, his line.
I
you
can
know?
say the real cup of coffee.
That's funny because I actually bought coffee. Let me see, Leonardo.
The real cup of coffee, the real one.
Which
The one of the coffee of legends.
At this time, this is like a blurb for an article. At this time, the Vatican announced any unholy practice such as the cutting up of bodies. Indeed, they consider Leonardo's work bordering on witchcraft and heresy, especially as his notes were written in.
That was
what
going to be J.K. Rowling's second title for the book series.
especially as his notes were written in what was considered a strange scripture, his mirror image writing. So I guess he was like using mirror to write backwards to like, I guess.
Yeah,
hide.
they do that. They do that mirror thing with like the Mona Lisa. Like, oh, if you angle a mirror halfway through her face, it forms like an alien spaceship or something. Not even kidding.
Yeah, the Vatican eventually forced Leonardo to stop this practice around 1512, and many of his 200 sketches were lost, only to be discovered many years after his death. Yeah, and this ties in too with Galileo. 200 years later, with his like astronomical findings that we are heliocentric in our universe, the Earth is not the center of the universe or even our solar system. That was heresy. You know, because they're like, well, God put us on Earth, so Earth has to be the center of everything.
Right.
Throughout the books and so forth, and glorifies getting into the demonic world, this whole spiritual world. And of course, she tries to make a dichotomy, which we'll get into in a little bit later, between like black and white magic, as though They have different, as though you can be a white magician, you can practice good magic, which the Bible knows no difference between black and white magic. And we'll get into that a little bit in a minute. But it's interesting, Chad, when you think about that, she drops names like, for instance, an occultist, a saint. She's a total devil worshiper, Madame Blavatsky. Madame Helena Blavatsky is one of the founders, along with Aleister Crowley. They're like the two, if you had two cornerstones, it'd be Crowley and it'd be Madame Blavatsky. And we've exposed her for some time. But she has her as this.
See, you're like, I'm like trying to learn why to avoid Harry Potter. And I'm like, wait, who is that? And I start like, oh, she did like this cool thing. Oh, I want to do that. And then it's like, there's no way that could be real. God wouldn't allow that. And then you do it. And I'm like, oh, fuck, it works. And oh, man. And so like, you're actually leading me to Satan by telling me who.
Yeah, they're advertising all these methods and practices. And it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. I know about that one.
Well, it's funny because like the reason I brought Da Vinci why it came to mind was because it just verifies black and white an example of medicine, like people pushing the limits of what medicine can do. At some point before that, people were like, the idea of that, well, no, you can't do that. That's forbidden. That's evil. No, you can't cut up bodies to learn about them or draw them for insight. That would be a cult. That's witchcraft. You're a heretic if you do that. You'll go to hell for that. And it's like, oh.
Perfect. Great.
So what she does, it's so obvious. If you know the occult, and we've studied this for years, I've studied the occult for way too long, and I expose it quite often. If you guys have known, show that, because it's just totally, it's what's deceiving most of our young people now, right? Into a false religious system. It's so easy to spot what she's doing, because she has the author of the Hogwarts textbook, and her name is not Madame Blavatsky, but it's Cassandra Blavatsky. Okay, instead of Blavatsky, it's Blavatsky, and she's the author of this, Hogwarts textbook. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's Madame Blavatsky was the top occult writer besides the Satanist Aleister Crowley, the founder of the Theosophical Society. It's interesting, Chad, because when you look at her writings, this is in the Harry Potter series, and she's good, she's a good, she's a witch, she channels or whatever. And it's interesting because in Isis Unveiled, Blavatsky claimed to have channeled spirits, right? But it's interesting because listen to what Blavatsky wrote in her book that came out in 1888 called The Secret Doctrine, about how Satan is the savior. Listen to this quote: Satan, the serpent of Genesis. So we know who she's talking about. She says the serpent of Genesis, Satan, is the real creator. He's the creator, she says, and the benefactor, the father of spiritual mankind. Wow.
Bingo. You are correct, ma'am. Only through Satan have our eyes opened. It's like, I don't know, like it's in your own book. It's just the way you spin it. It's like, oh, he's evil. He told us things.
It sounds like he's the hero trying to save us from this hell.
He's Prometheus.
God guy is trying to put
that's the thing, like the classic satanic imagery of like a cloven hooved, like horn, like ram horned man. That all it is Pan was like a famous, he's a satyr, and so they take the image of an enemy religion and they demonize it literally, and so they like graft a classic symbol in the Greek mythology and then make it, well, that's a demon. That's what a demon looks like. And then also this kind of ties with Islam too. They kind of intersect. Alexander and Seleucus later, even on his coinage, he would be like horned, because like there's like Zeus Amons, like a certain blend of Zeus. He usually have like horns, or like I guess a moon crescent behind his head.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're demonizing their conquerors.
Right.
And people don't know the halo. The halo is actually a way in art to try to like get the pagans that are still worshiping the Hellenic gods over to Christianity. So it's like the halo is a symbol of Apollo, the sun god. Jesus is the son of God. You see the like easy, now you do it artistically to kind of bring them over.
Of course.
So it's just funny like reading this, and it's like, well, yeah, actually, like we were just automatons, and then Satan educates us.
So, bro, there's a way to do stuff here.
There's this there's this intrinsic hatred of education. Anyone that's smart and starts questioning, oh, it's just Satan's leading you away. It's like, oh, with like scientific research and finding.
Or maybe God's trying to trap you.
Yeah. Oh, it's a test.
Right.
It's always an answer.
It sounds like what Satan would say. It's just I'm just testing you, bro.
Well, he's a father of fallen spiritual mankind, because Jesus said to those who rejected him, you are of your father, the devil. He was the father lies. He called him the father lies, and there's a murder from the beginning. She goes on to write, for he is the one who is the harbinger of light, bright and radiant Lucifer. By the way, the Theosophical Society's publishing company, which he founded, was called Lucifer Publishing, guys. And then we later changed it to Lucis because then it became part of the UN, or working in the UN. Radiant Lucifer, who opened the eyes of the woman created by Jehovah. And he who was the first to whisper to her, that is Satan, you eat thereof, and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil. She goes on to write, he can only be regarded in light of a savior. She calls Satan a savior. This is pure Gnosticism, man. She says, Lucifer is divine and Satan at one and the same time, and now stands proven that Satan is in us. He is our mind, our tempter, our redeemer, our intelligent liberator and savior. Bro, this is just totally diabolical. I mean, the Bible reveals that Satan is the God of this world.
What part of that was diabolical?
Sounds pretty convincing.
What part of that was diabolical? Exactly?
I should get into that religion.
I don't know. All right.
See, this is the problem with the editing. There's so many points where I'm like, why would you write that in your book to convince me to follow your guy? Because she's only inferring this from their book.
Right.
Universe, and he'll stand before God. And Jesus Christ himself said that hell was created for the devil and his angels in Matthew chapter 25, verse 41. Yet, and this woman was wicked. I mean, you look at her, who she was, you look at her history and everything. She lied over and over again while she's following her father, the devil. So, Chad, it's quite interesting when you're looking at Harry Potter books. She's dropping names of those who are promoting Satanism, folks. So how can we justify and say, oh, it's not that big of a deal? And if you say, well, even if she didn't, why she didn't bring up Blavatsky and some of those more overtly satanic people? Well, again, we need to tackle that question, because is there really good magic? Is there really white magic?
Yeah, I think that.
Do these people actually believe in magic?
Or
are they like?
Oh, yeah. So that's actually a point I thought about, where it's like the whole idea is that there is no God but Yahweh, Jesus. Everything else is just demons tricking you. But then it's like,
so in that case, they don't believe in magic.
No, they believe it's just an illusion by the devil to trick you.
They believe it. They believe in tricks. They don't believe in magic, right?
Yeah, but it's like, well, it's still like a power to convince me of like some sort of miracle. So
I would say, what is the magic?
They've made a world where there's only one entity above us that's true, and then nothing else has power. But then they're paranoid about everything else taking you away from following the one guy. So it's like they're showing that, like, by their action, unknowingly, they're giving power to enemy entities or faiths.
Sounds like they're very powerful, and Christians are not able to fight it off. I don't know. Like,
yeah, which completely counters like Jesus, because he's hanging out with all sorts of sinners. He's hanging out with prostitutes and tax collectors. And so what I just learned this by listening to like a random thing about Rome. That clip I sent you, it's from that full interview. He's like a historian of Rome. And he was talking about how taxes work. He's asking about like the economics of Rome. And he's like, in some ways they were like fucking smart as fuck. They were way ahead of time. They're ingenuitive. In other ways, they're really fucking dumb. And he's like, so their tax system was retarded as fuck. What they do is like, they basically pay private companies to collect taxes. And so you are Rome. I'm the tax collector that you hired. It's like, hey, we need this much money. So the company would pay you your taxes for like a year, and then I would go out into the public for whatever sector I've made a contract for, and I would go door to door and be like, hey, like on the book it says you owe 5%, and then I'd be like, give me 10%. So this explains why everyone hated the tax collectors in the Bible, because but you don't get that. You have no insight just reading the Bible of like this historic reality of like, oh, there's a big, like, they're mobsters basically. robbing people for profit. You know, it's like, because we think of tax collectors as like, oh, it's an agency of the government. They already make their money. They're just there to collect a set amount. And it's like, no, they're skimming off the top to make profit.
Right.
That is a very important question, because people are going to be saying that. They'll be saying, well, what if you were doing this for a good purpose, right? Or, you know, Joe, maybe somebody just wants to really fall in love. They're going to make a love potion. And this is, it's just so ridiculous to say. But Joe, there are plenty of people that say, hey, what if they were just using white magic?
Wait, it's ridiculous to say, let's make a potion to make someone fall in love with me. But if I get on my knees and say, God, let them fall in love with me, that's totally fine. That's not a spell.
Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, when you think about the concept of praying, that sounds like no different than, I don't know, casting, like you said, yeah, casting a spell of some kind. God, please, you know, allow blah 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 to happen, and blah 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 blah, and whatever. I don't know, and doing it repeatedly.
Yeah, it's like they just put different names when, like, oh, well, that guy, he's not doing it right. He's
like rules for thee, not for me, kind of a thing.
I say prayers, so that's okay.
But it's
totally
rules
different.
For thee, not for me. It's the same.
But yeah,
thing.
you see, like it's nothing about like hot topic social issues. Like I see through that. I you know, see the argument for new phenomena in society with like religious questioning.
Yeah,
that
people that pray for people that have bad stuff going on is insane. So they must be hating all the people that say they'll pray for them.
Well, like a lot of people will assume you're not hetero, so that's why you left, because God won't, you know, in good grace let you do X thing, so you just hate God. And it's like, no, I just see the kind of like double speak with all of this. You know, it's like, I remember when I have a rosary, I'm like, oh, it's just like a charm. He's like, no, it's not. Like, you just have a natural insight, like, oh, it's like the same thing, like you know, witch movie or something. It's like, no. They really hate when you cast light on, like, oh, it's like tomato.
No, it isn't.
Magic, and not this dark black magic. What would you say to someone who said there's nothing wrong with using white magic, not only in your stories, but in person? Either way, it doesn't matter. You're being entertained by it, whatever it may call. What about the person who says they can use white magic and it's totally fine?
Well, Harry Potter is a lot like Star Wars. Okay, in fact,
oh, okay.
Oh, finally, someone actually at least notices, like, oh, it's the same thing, like,
yeah,
same spectrum.
Yeah,
it was recently, I'm not sure how true it is, but that she lifted, or the spirits, that's probably the same spirits. It's why is that she lifted a lot of the Star Wars story. You know, there's there's even a video out there that shows all these parallels that she kind of ripped it off in a way, but it could have just been the enemy using the same themes. But in Star Wars, the Force is the Force. And you can, you know, whether you're, you know, the Darth Vader or you're Luke Skywalker or, you know, Yoda, you just have to tap into the Force as though it's kind of this neutral force. It can be used for good and evil. Well, that's paganism. That's not Christianity. The Bible says God is light and in him there's no darkness at all. God doesn't do evil, you know? So it's interesting because whether it's Voldemort, it's the Dark Lord, or it's Harry Potter, they're both using a wand, but they're both tapping into the same source of power. Okay. In the Bible, guess what? Yeah, whether you're considered a black magician or you're considered a white magician or a white witch, it's all satanic, because the scriptures tell us God forbids categorically every form of magic.
So hold on, I have a question. So this may be an unfair question. So would Satan never convince somebody to get a cat out of a tree and save its life or something? Like, it just sounds like, you know, doing dark magic or something can't have good results or something. Like, he's saying Harry is using the same thing that Voldemort's using. And it's like, well, yeah, but like he's trying to protect people from being killed, as to where one is trying to kill people.
Yeah,
what is it?
Reduced
what does
to,
this matter?
Let's take it out of fantasy and just make it very practical. A sword or a gun is made out of steel.
So this goes to Star Wars with the concept of a lightsaber and what it does.
Yeah, it's like just a tool that can be used as a weapon. All right, it's made from a base material. And it's all about the intent. It's all about the user and their purpose with the tool. So the same guns that liberals were like, well, it's good because we've stopped the Holocaust. Well, the Nazis started it with guns. So like it's not evil or good, it's just a thing. It's about your use. I think that's when you actually break down like magic or the force, it's like I think that's kind of what you're supposed to take away from it if you're thinking about morality. And can you indulge it or not? Can you be good or bad with just a flat base power? And it's like this is time like Cain clubbed his brother to death, or crushed his head in with a rock. It's like the rock is not evil, it's just a extension of what you want it to do.
Yeah,
but they're so
which is what the force is, which is what the magic in Harry Potter pretty much is. And so like that's kind of what I was trying to get at with it. It's just like it's using it. So let's say Jesus had to. Okay, let's find an example.
No. Wait. Let me add. You said Jesus. So Jesus goes in the wilderness for 40 days. I think it's 40 days. And he's like tempted by Satan and stuff. And towards the end, Satan's like, just bow to me and just show me a sign. Like throw yourself from the temple. And the word says like, nothing will be hurt. The angels would catch you before your foot touched the ground. Just do this and the earth will be yours. You will rule. You'll be a king, he's like enticing with really good stuff. So when he said like the cat, I'm like instantly like, well, devil's bad. So he would say, shoot the cat. But then it's like, oh no, he actually tempts people with like goodies. Like, devil went down to Georgia stuff, like devil's always tempting you with like rock and roll. Classically is like, oh, it's the devil gateway. It's like, devil tempts you with like the riches and the women and the power and the sex and the fame. It's like, this is all really good stuff.
Yeah, so I guess that's what I'm confused with. Is there like religious figures that are not Jesus that are heroes in the Bible? Of course there is, right? So if they, I don't know, if they were in a pickle and like the whole village is going to be killed by something unfairly, let's say by a dark force, if anything, by Satan, Satan's killing them. Would it be wrong for this hero to snatch like a tool of Satan to stop Satan?
You're getting into like Lord of the Rings. I think the end all is that like whatever temporary good would come from a tool of Satan, at the end it's still a tool of Satan, and a grand evil will take place. His plan will go forth, like Sauron. So I think that I actually analyzing from that way, it's like, oh, Tolkien really nailed it on the head with that whole like we're going to use cancel culture on the cancelers, with like the everyone canceling like the Home Depot chick for like, damn, he missed Trump, it's like, we're going to cancel you. How do you like it? It's like someone posted where it's like, that's the whole point of the ring in Lord of the Rings, is you can't use the weapons of the enemy to defeat the enemy. It's like,
right, yeah,
fuck, that actually makes Lord of the Rings really profound in like a philosophical way. Finally, someone actually cracked the code for me to like appreciate Lord of the Rings besides the movies,
Yeah.
They still suck, but
I got you. It just sounds like, okay, so you're in a position to make a choice to do something, and it would just be, well, guess they're all dead. Guess that's what God wants.
These thought processes, like, this is time immemorial, at least with like agricultural society and religion, is complexity of like, well, if this, then that, can we do this? Like, and so you look at,
but they don't want you to think about that, do they? So you can't think of what ifs with this.
Again, it's like both sides of your mouth. That's what really like, it just irked me. It started keying in. We're like, what? That's all bad, but it's okay if it works out for like the church or money or whatever. Like, God will bless you.
How do we know you're not corrupted by Satan trying to tell us this stuff, and that this is a sugarcoating to get us on Satan's side and to avoid having happiness? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or it's considered black magic. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, Satan doesn't come in his naked deformity. And I'm kind of paraphrasing Irenaeus when I say that, and it's interesting because in 2 Corinthians chapter 11, Paul warns that our minds can be corrupted from our simple devotion to Christ, to believe in a different gospel, receive a different Jesus, a different spirit. He says, and no wonder in verses 13 through 15, for Satan himself transforms himself into an angel of light. Therefore, it's no marvel that his ministers transform themselves into ministers of righteousness. Well, how can we tell the difference? Because Paul says, test everything, hold fast that which is good. Paul tells those same Corinthians to not go beyond what's written, and the scriptures categorically condemn occultism and so forth. So it's interesting, even Anton LaVey, the head of the Church of Satan, guys, Anton LaVey, the author of the Satanic Bible, he calls white witches, he says they're basically hypocrites, because we're all using the same powers. And he writes, quote, this is Anton LaVey, the head of Church Satan. He admits white magic is supposedly utilized only for good or unselfish purposes, and black magic, we are told, is used only for selfish or evil reasons. Satanism draws no such dividing line. Magic is magic. And actually, he doesn't say very many things that are biblical, but he's actually correct in that sense because he says something that agrees with the Bible there. Guys, when you promote so-called white magic or Wicca, keep in mind, Gerald Gardner came out of Crowley's Order Templi Orientis. There's a lot of things taken right from Crowley's teachings brought into Wicca, but guess what? In Wicca, we identify with the feminine goddess as well as the horn.
I was thinking about what he's saying earlier. Is they're trying to define is a variety of magic okay? And
they already said no a while ago, so I don't know why they're still on that. But
they're layering it. What's funny is he's talking about Rowling made the people of Harry Potter really into it. What's that? Who's this? What's that thing? And then this guy is like, hey, founder of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey. Oh man, yeah, he wrote this and that, and he says this in this book, and he got this from here, and he had this apprentice who went over and did this thing, and they all got it from this lady 50 years before them, and
it's like he's a closet Satanist.
Oh yeah, see, this is like Phantom Menace hypocrisy. When this is why Mad Max always had value to me, with his insight, his instinct, because evil Disney, Kathleen Kennedy, woke Star Wars. Yeah, super chat. We'll go see Star Wars. We'll go to Chicago for you. It's literally just like this guy, and lots of people like him, where it's like, oh, evil. Oh, I can tell you all this stuff about evil. This person and this.
As I say, it sounds like the guy that talked to listen to talking about evil stuff. Listen to this guy. It's really all the coolest part.
I'm like, I'm like taking notes. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do this black magic, and I'm gonna study this guy for this.
All right, so watch Harry Potter. I've never seen Harry Potter. Okay, let me see that, and then
what's Harry Potter? Oh man, I gotta check this out.
Lord of the Rings. Okay, Lord of the Rings. Okay, cool.
It's like they're so blinded, and it's from good intent. They're trying to know the enemy to fight the enemy.
Yes,
then it circles on itself, where it's like, you're actually promoting the enemy. I would have had no idea about any of these people. I knew Anton LaVey.
It just seems like they can't make Christianity seem more fun for people to want to join. It just seems like, well, it's not about fun, right? But you're trying to get people in it, right? That's what you're worried about. So. I don't know. I guess at that point, I don't know what you do.
Well, that's the thing is, me and Dan are in agreement with. It's like, no, Christianity is not fun. Like, the end message is death and suffering, which is interesting because Hercules, we like to think of the mythology as oh, these are crazy stories they made up about gods and silly stuff, and Zeus likes to fuck women as different animals, pray to Aphrodite because you might have sex, whatever. But when you actually dig into the stories, you can see the insight into the thinking of the people, regardless if these are true or not. Probably not. And there's different variations, whether it's literary or actually theological. Hercules, I need to brush up, but basically he gets tempted or comes across two different women, and one promises him a great time, good wealth, riches, etc. And then and she's beautiful and a lot of pageantry. There's a very plain, mundane woman that tells him take a path of hardship and suffering and stuff. And that that's the root. This is why people worship Hercules. Heracles, sorry. Because like his example, he does the 12 labors. It's supposed to be 10, but he actually does 12 because he like had help on 2 of them. So he gets fucked over, have to do more. But yeah, Hercules' example is suffering and the hard path to glory versus like easy gain riches or whatever. And it's kind of funny because that's really what the point of the Bible and Jesus is like the creator of all, the most powerful, fucking subjects himself to his own creation and suffering of a criminal is death penalty with like hours of suffering and agony for us. That's like the story. It gets complicated when you start talking about, well, it's a suicide to his own creation with his own plan, but outside like getting in those weeds, the takeaway is like, oh, the savior, your creator, suffered all this, so this is your fate for a greater payout in the afterlife. You follow his way. People will reject you, they'll mock you, they might kill you over it for spreading the message, but you'll get the greatest reward in the afterlife. To anyone that clings to Christianity,
which again, when you told me that first time, I was like, so then they can have sex and drink alcohol and do drugs, and
there is no gender in heaven,
fun things in heaven, right? And you're just like, nope, it's the same thing, pretty much, the same rules. What?
You just go there and you get to look at God all day forever.
Just like, oh,
that's awesome.
That sounds like hell. That's horrible. Especially if you devote your whole life to this sort of thing. I thought, oh, now you can have fun in your imagination land of, I don't know. Like,
strangely, even though it rejects all of the theology of the Hellenic world and the gods and stuff, at the end, its like greatest message is in a non-warrior way. It's a pacifist kind of way, but it ends up being Heraclean or like Achilles. Achilles, he attains glory. His candle burns bright but short. He dies, you assume, like 30s, like Alexander. Doesn't have a long life, but he has a glorious one. His name is etched in eternity. That's the reward. It's just, I never come across that. I'm like, okay, interesting. Versus like you get stuff like Hinduism and those like Eastern Taoism stuff where it's like karma, and it's kind of like a up and down ladder of like you can accumulate bad karma or lose it through your reincarnations. You're a bad guy, you're reincarnated as a fucking fly, you get swatted, you're prey. You do better, you're a dog. You do better, you're a cow, no one kills you. You do better, you're a fucking enlightened human. I don't know, but you eventually all just be like God. All these different like Hindu gods are all just like fragments of like the one entity that we're all trying to like pierce the veil to become part of, which is interesting. But yeah, all religion, I would say at least all valid religion, has some sort of awareness of like, oh yeah, this is, however arbitrary it is, it's a path of suffering for a greater existential goal. I think it's kind of like the root of a valuable religion versus anything. It's like, oh, just like wealth and happiness all the time. Like weird culty, like we're just happy all the time.
Let's just what's funny, because like to me, I'm like, okay, there's scenarios where, yeah, the things you depict as like, evil stuff. I don't know if that'd be fun all the time. I don't think having it be where I'm happy all the time would be fun. That'd be depressing. But I guess if there's no concept of time when you're dead, then I guess it doesn't matter. Like, oh, it could have been 3 weeks or 3 million years. You're just staring around.
Yeah, I don't really know about the Greek afterlife, but like Vikings famously have like Valhalla.
Yeah, that seems more fun. Oh, they get to battle things every day. You have huge feasts and parties and whatnot, and then do it all over again.
But I think that's only for people that have like fallen in combat or like great warriors. So it's like it's still exclusive. So you have a system of like trying to reach great feats, great conquest, great conflict, versus like Christianity's like be a meek little lamb and don't offend any rules and let anyone just like push you down and turn the other cheek. Don't draw your weapon. You know, it's a very pacifist at its core. It's, you can argue pussy to try to like put it bluntly
like,
to explain like the
sounds like
know,
what
how
a
you can interpret it.
sounds like what a smaller conquering force would tell the mass of people that they conquered to start believing. Like, don't fight back. Don't.
You
don't
think
try to
about
kill anybody. Don't do that.
You think about the complexity of secularizing religion, where you don't really have a god, you have like abstract ideals. This is where stuff like Antifa comes in, or like America in general. There's some aspect I was thinking of with America. It'll come to me. But it's Martin Luther King as like an avatar, where it's like the government makes a holiday for this pacifist, where it's like, oh man, my collective people are just second-class citizens, and cops can abuse us and detain us, kill us, and just turn the other cheek, be peaceable. You know, maybe, you know, peacefully protest, maybe like march across the bridge and say, I don't like this thing. You know, America promotes that pacifism to its masses to say they don't promote Malcolm X. There's no Malcolm X Day, because he was like, yeah, we need to like kill these fuckers, or, you know, fight our way out and make our own place, because we're not equal.
Yeah.
They don't like that because that's violent. That can cause revolts. So you see the use of ideology, whether it has a god or just like a nice bow on top, you know.
Mm-hmm.
God, and it's just a twist. It's all fabrication. It's all a bunch of lies to get people into the same spirit. So it's absolutely imperative that we understand that magic is magic. You need to repent of anything that has to do with Satan's kingdom. We've been delivered, the Bible says, out of the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of his dear son. Colossians 1:11-13, Paul says. And Paul in his testimony in Acts chapter 26, he talks about how Jesus said to them, I'm going to use you to turn people from the kingdom of Satan to me, to Christ. And we shouldn't be entertaining things that promote witchcraft. In fact, listen to Revelation 21:8. This is written as a warning to all those who go to the lake of fire, and it includes those who are involved in magic. Notice he doesn't say black magic, though. What does he say? But the cowardly, the unbelieving, the vile, the murderers, the sexually immoral, those who practice magic arts, and idolaters, and all liars, they will be consigned to the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death. And what's interesting, Chad, the word there that's used is pharmakeia. Pharmakeia, pharmakous, pharmakon, these are different Greek cognates that are related to one another with various shades of meaning. And we won't get into how that word is used everywhere. We're going to get into that in another message when we get into hallucinogens and how Satan's using those to deceive the world. But
marijuana is leading you to the devil. That's what you should take away when he's breezing by that.
I was gonna counter with it, just whatever. Never mind. Whatever. No, like, you know, so let's say I'm born under a society that doesn't do this at all. So you're all just going to hell because, well, you know,
I remember
God's word didn't reach you somehow.
I don't know how this happened. Oh, I think it's because like in high school, my girlfriend had like a time limit on like her side of the phone call. Like, I could talk however long, but she had like time limit usually. Sometimes we could like break it. They wouldn't like care, but usually it's like 30 minutes, hang up. And somehow the phone got passed. I don't know, maybe I was arguing with religion because I was, you know, Christian at the time, and my girlfriend was whatever. Somehow I got on the phone with her uncle, and he was like quoting like one of these letters of Paul, saying like all those who don't believe basically go to hell or something. I'm like, I was just getting into like Dante's Inferno, the game, and by extension, the book it's based on.
Right.
And this is, you know, that was a very foundational book in especially medieval times to kind of articulate levels of sin. No one really thought about that, I guess, at that point. At least no one ever really like put it into literary form to analyze. So like the worst level with like Satan, Judas, and I think the two betrayers of Julius Caesar. They're in like the mouths of Satan. They're in the lowest level of hell is like blasphemy or treachery. And it's actually icy. You know, all this hell is like fires, but the last level is ice, which is very like Viking paganry. But and they show this in the game too, like at the start when you're in limbo, because limbo used to be an idea of like a holding place where you're like, oh, like good pagans, like all the philosophers, all sorts of good rules, good people that didn't know Christ, they just go to limbo. They're just like in like emotionless land.
Okay.
Like, well, you can't go to heaven because you didn't accept Jesus. Like, well, I didn't know him, but okay. Like, at least I'm not in hell. Right. I don't know, it's just funny. But yeah, like, so that idea and that like representation of that was already in my head. And I'm like, what? That didn't seem like, why would God do that to people that didn't know his message if this is the truth? And he was just like outright be like, oh yeah, all those like good Hindus and Buddhists, wherever, don't know Jesus, they're going to hell. It's like, what? It just completely did not gel with me. And to this day, within this like theology, it's like, no, that doesn't make sense. With a loving God that's all knowing, knows your heart. But yeah, it's funny with Paul, his letters, just they don't really stress this. That's like people are like, oh, in 2 Corinthians, this and that, and Romans and Hebrews, it says blankety blank, but like they don't really explain that these are letters to specific pockets of like the new church growing. So he's writing to Corinthians because Corinthians are in Greece. They have like their own culture and their own predominant religion of like the Hellenic pantheon. And so he's got to write to them in their culture and their understanding, versus the Romans have a totally different system in society. They're very much like ancestor focused in just their everyday life. Like they'll have like a cabinet with like death masks of all their people through their family line and stuff, and they'll tell about deeds or misdeeds and stuff. And so you're very much tied to your past in the Roman times. Don't know if that really sticks so much in Greece. And then you got like Colossians. That's I want to say like Rhodes is my guess, because the great Colossus of Rhodes. Galatians is, if I'm not mistaken, supposed to be like central Turkey, which that's like at this point this would have been like culturally like Thracian mercenaries, so like north of Greece people, sort of barbarians that have like been mercenaries and made their own kingdom.
Yeah.
So that's the way, if you ever cut across this, you're trying to like dig into it and understand like, well, just archaeologically, historically, like who is he writing to? That's like a facet that you're not really taught in church to understand. And that annoyed me. And I just now, last few years, like understood that point. So that's interesting.
That word pharmakeia came to be used, Chad, even by those who translated the Septuagint, even before Jesus, God became a man and was incarnated in the person of Jesus Christ, who is the God-man. Prior to that time, the Septuagint used the word pharmakeia for the Hebrew word that has to do with witchcraft as kind of a catch-all term. And it's interesting though, but it had a specific meaning too. And it had to do with opening yourself up to the demonic world through using various drugs. Okay, because Satan wants people not to be sober, because the Bible says, "Be sober, be vigilant. Be obviously the devil walks around as a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour." So Satan wants us to not be sober, to be drunk, to be stoned, so demons can have entrance into the lives of people, right? But it's interesting, Chad, because Professor Snape's one of the big professor in the Harry Potter series. Guess what? He promotes. I mean, he's the professor of potions. Okay, and it's interesting.
Okay,
in the Harry Potter
394
professor of potions. That's one way to put it.
Oh no, his sort of adversary in the school is doing potions. He's pharmakeia. It's leading him to Satan. I'm just wondering what it's like to sit with these people and watch like a watch party with someone once, like, hey, let's check out Harry Potter, and like, oh, all this demon stuff, oh man, oh no, oh man, I'm on Harry Potter 4, oh, more demons, oh man, Harry Potter 5, demons again.
There's more of them. What?
You see, it's like Phantom Menace. Oh no, we're in Chicago for Star Wars celebration. Oh no. See how this could be a big dupe. It's like, I don't know. It's really fun because I haven't dealt with this directly as like a strand of church since I was like 12.
Yeah.
It's like once you leave this, go to like Episcopal, go to Presbyterian, go to fucking Methodist or Catholic, like this whole paranoia of demon stuff, like it'll be like individuals, but like you go to sermon, the priest, he's not like, oh, Harry Potter, like a individual priest might say, but like a church is not like, we must banish Harry Potter. That's the value. Is like they're enlightened. It's like, there's entertainment, whatever,
Well, I guess that's how I think the majority of people that watch Harry Potter will just be like, that was a fun thing. Anyway, on with my life. Or at most, it wasn't the characters, didn't they look cool? Like there's no.
Yeah, this really fascinates me because sort of having grown up in it, having some insight from my past, and like this is a train of thought. This is a psychosis people have about just daily life, and you just like, yeah, we're not gonna watch that. But it's like, oh, they gotta be like an active ministry against a thing, which only makes me more aware of the thing. I'm like, oh man, everyone's talking about Harry Potter. Oh, it's so bad. It's like how like Friday Night Tights would be like, oh my god, the rings of power, the wokeness, surgical scars in a video game.
If you don't like Rings of Power, but you want to hear about it a whole lot, then watch Friday Night Tights and stuff because they'll talk.
And
about
it's like, well, wait, now I gotta see. Was it that bad? It only incites my interest. Versus if you're like, hey, in scripture, blankety blank, and we see I don't know, you're paranoid about pharmakeia being drugs to let demons in. It's like, well, you should worry about like the fentanyl crisis because of the open border and Mexican cartels chopping fentanyl into all the drugs that are just so many real life facets that match up with the fears in the Bible, where it's like it'd be way more substantial. Like also leading by example. If your book and your way of life is so valuable in the right way, it's just going to show up. People are like, wow, that guy, he fucking tore his knee before he went to the draft, so he ruined his football career. Because of the Bills trying to get treatment, he couldn't afford to keep going to college because he lost his scholarship getting out of football. So he just had to get a job. He got a girl knocked up, so he got married because you're supposed to not have bastards. And well, life hasn't really panned out for the success he could have had, but he's really happy because he goes to church. Like that's the example that you lead, not scary. Everything's scary because again, the whole, as mentioned, Jesus, like Jesus goes to the tax collectors, goes to the prostitutes, he goes to parties. He's a man of the people. He hangs out.
You give that coin example of like they give somebody a coin and do they save it and don't use it, or do they use it for something? And he doesn't like the one that doesn't use it.
Yeah, he like says all this imagery of like you deserve to die and burn in hell, basically, because you were given works and squandered them.
Yeah, he just didn't do that. What's up, BTM, by the way?
Yeah, it's like stuff like that where it's like, yeah, I'm not Christian, but that's the stuff where I see like, well, that's like the value is you're in the world. There are things that are not of God, they're maybe not of Satan, they're just neutral, but they could be. So I'll give them this. I definitely think Harry Potter is a gateway for people that will investigate the roots of like, where not even like Rowling is channeling her knowledge of like this occult writer or something. Just like simply like I was telling you about like the broomstick, where it comes from a pagan ritual. Just learning the history of a symbol associated with a thing. Like there's always going to be people that they'll see fantasy and they're like, well, where'd that come from? Like there's that with Tolkien, with Lord of the Rings, where like I just saw European Lord post something about oh, they say Gandalf in this and Rings of Power stuff. Like Gandalf comes from this word from the Scandinavian like pagan tradition of like a dwarf name. And it's like that alone might lead someone to investigate pagan religion and mythology. Like the great Catholic Christian Tolkien has led me to paganism. You see what I mean? Like it's a total wormhole if you just have the curiosity. Or you could be like, oh, Roman gods, isn't that? And then you start learning about Rome, and it's like, oh, well, like Rome became Christian, and now, so, oh, well, what's this Christ stuff about? Oh man, Hercules led me to Christ. It works both ways. They don't ever want to see that, where it's like it's only, you know, and that's so irritating, honestly. You know, it's like with the Byzantines, they were scared of what to preserve because they're Christians. They're scared of like, what do we preserve? Do we preserve any of this pagan writing? And yeah, how much did they chop off and throw in the dumpster? You know, luckily they preserved some of it, but yeah, so this has real world implications, these like paranoias. And you know, people are like, oh, what about Muslims? What have they destroyed? Yeah, they've destroyed lots of like Buddhist shrines and stuff throughout the East, kind of the Greco East from old. Don't like that either, but I don't live among them. They don't affect my everyday voting and life. Christianity and its effect on literally the Puritans came here because they're wackos. Everyone wanted them fuck gone, so they went to America to get away to try to enact their very specific culty blend of Christianity, and then it very quickly faded away. It still permeates our everyday consciousness, like everyone's sex, titty on screen, oh my god, you know, that's like the Puritan part of us. But it's at the very root of our being. Some of the language of the Constitution is very like kind of Christian rooted, so it's good and bad. I like analyzing it. And it's just funny to see the paranoia though, with such a like pretty tame, innocent. Yeah, there's evil magic, but like there's a clear distinction. It's just a conflict setting. But yeah, no, it definitely could be a gateway to be a Wiccan or look into witchcraft, look into spells religiously. I won't deny that. But I think it's pretty tame. Yeah, and if people get into that, they're like, I think Lana Del Rey, I don't know if she still is, but I remember she said something about like she cast a spell to hex Trump during the election. Apparently it works. So, oh man, that evil lady cast a spell to affect the presidential election. Like, in a way, that's affecting everybody if it works, but it's ultimately harmless. You know, it's just not, she hexed people for voting, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, this was fun to go through with Rookie because he's just completely foreign to all this. Yeah, what's up, PTM? Just enlightening Rookie on the fear mongering against Harry Potter with some groups of Christians. I thought it was interesting because we just watched Harry Potter, so it's on the mind. Anything you want to cover, Rookie, before we go?
These people are insane, man. Not all Christians, of course. Hashtag not all Christians, but
is your aunt? You said like one of your aunts is like really Mormon or something. Does any of this stuff come up, or like, oh, I'm at their house, I can't do this.
She never talks about any of this stuff. She's just like really positive, like the Mormons on the South Park episode. Like,
yeah,
they're just really happy and like
they're really culty like that
and stuff. But she never brings up anything religious.
Didn't you say you went to someone's house and they freaked out when you play like Grand Theft Auto or something?
Well, so that was the aunt and uncle's house that were more Democratic, or did I say hate Trump? Really, it was more their arguments and stuff. When we went there, when I was younger, yeah, they did not enjoy discovering that we were playing.
Oh, was it an age thing? Was it just like you're a kid, you shouldn't play that?
Well, I mean, they don't let his kid play like violent games at all. Like not even Halo. Halo is too violent and that had like purple blood for aliens, like, you know. But Grand Theft Auto, you know, fucking po-po bitches and whatever, stealing cars and shooting people and stuff. Yeah, they did not like that is very sinful, criminal stuff and whatever. They yeah, it was more of a violent thing, probably an age thing, but there's a little bit of the, you know, that's not good for a kid.
Yeah, so you've experienced it like an old microcosm. It's clearly probably rooted in, yeah. Because
for all I know, there's been instances where this has been a part of it, and I just didn't freaking realize it. But
yeah, I was with when I was in the army. There's like this couple that were Mormons, and we were medics. So this was their first time. This is my second, so I've already been to combat, and like people getting shot, getting the legs blown off. I didn't really see any legs blown off, but that's the possibility. You sign up to be a medic, and if you get assigned to infantry or combat units, you roll out in combat zones. Some of them might get blown up, and you got to treat them. All right, so you've signed up for a rated R violence job. All right, and these people are medics. They're in clinical setting, but they might get assigned to combat later. And I'm like talking about movies. And like, I think I mentioned like Black Hawk Down or something. I'm like, oh, you seen Black? I was probably trying to talk about something medic, because there's like a great medic scene where he's like clamping the fucking artery, trying to.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like mentioning that movie, and I'm like, oh, have you seen that? And they're like, we don't watch rated R movies. And I'm like, but it's an army movie. Like, you literally signed up for this kind of job. What? And it's like,
that's crazy.
Then I get, to the point where it's like the King's Speech is rated R because he says fuck a couple times, because it's kind of like Samuel L. Jackson. He's trying to like train him like, well, curse to like fight your stutter. That movie got rated R because they said fuck too many times. That's the only reason it's rated R. It's just about an orator training the king to beat his stutter.
Yeah.
That is the movie. They wouldn't watch it because it's rated R. Like this psychosis of like, oh, that's like too mature. It's too grotesque. I'm like, what? How can you live like this? Like, have you read the Bible where he slaughters people? What?
Seriously.
You should put rated R on the Bible.
There was one instance that I'm remembering where we're playing basketball before the start of, or like it was before school started, playing basketball, and I don't know, I said like, oh my God, and then one of the kids like, just did it to me while I wasn't looking at the basketball, and I was like, what the hell? And he was like, don't you use God's name in vain? And I was just like, what? That was so weird.
You were casting black magic, rookie.
I was seriously just like, okay, I don't even know what religion specifically meant, but I was like, wow, why would anybody that follows that stuff act like that? Like, it's just like an outburst of like, you better get in line, bitch. Like Freddy Krueger's like, you better pray to God. I am God. It's just like,
yeah, it gets where it's like,
dude.
Like I'll have Rev Kev on. I respect him, so I try not to curse. But yeah, you see him, he like hangs among all sorts of people, and he doesn't expect us to tone down for him. That's what a Christian should be like. Yeah. But I try to be respectful. I try to be cognizant of like, all right, well, like he's accepted a higher calling, and so to some degree, there's going to be things he abstains from socially or whatever, indulgence. So I try to be respectful. Like Dan, I sent him something to introduce his Twitter, but I'm like, well, if I'll share you this picture, but like he's like a porn account, so warning you before, I'm not just duping you because I don't want to tempt you, because indulging porn and it's immoral, it's cumulative, accept this, and it's like, oh well that's okay, and then you just become a fucking degenerate, like, so I try to temper, be aware of something like that, where, just like Muslim, they don't eat pork, or drink.
Like, it's confusing for me too when it's like sometimes they'll consider just like a hot woman as like, that's porn. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just the way they look. Sydney Sweeney has tits like that. I don't know what's the problem. Like,
Yeah, I want to do a video about aesthetic. This is what I was trying to get with Dan, where it's like Christians hate sex. The Judeo-Christian, the Islam, Judaism, Christian, they hate sex. They promote family, but then they like loathe sex. And it's like, no, this is in the art. When they took over Rome, you see it instantly in the art. They hate the body versus like the Greeks. The Romans inherited the Greeks. They were still kind of way more modest than the Greeks. The Greeks are all about nudity all the time and stuff, because they cherish like a perfect physique, trying to be godlike physically. And you see like this like loathing of the body. And again, I told you about like there's some cult in the early church that they were so paranoid about sin and the sin of sex and whatnot, immorality, that they like castrated themselves. Which is like, yeah, God definitely doesn't want that. You can't go forth and multiply if you have no penis.
True.
It's just like, yeah, these kind of wacky. It's just like Islam. You look at terrorism, at least Americans definitely do, of like, well, that's Muslims. And it's like, no, there's a whole spectrum of Islam. But yeah, the book has the ability to infer this very like bloodthirsty jihad ideology. It's in the book. And so when I say like Christians hate sex, they hate the body, it's like, well, it's in the book, whether you adhere to it or observe it, or you think like, oh, we're lighting past that viewpoint, it's always going to pop up again and again.
The Bible's more of a guideline than actual rules.
It's the conservative calendar girl thing where it's like, oh, the wokes, they got rid of the sexy green M&M, they've made her ugly. So like they're aware of aesthetics, and they hate when the left like tries to destroy aesthetics or like blur the lines, make us like sexually ambiguous and frumpy. Yeah. But then, oh, look, women are in clothes just doing like a Sports Illustrated shoot. Porn? You're promoting porn. Like, yeah. Where's the fucking line, man? Like, do you like the presentation of God's creation or not? And so that's what gets annoying to me. It's like, all right, I get your rules, but like, pick a lane. Are you for freedom? I really hate anti-porn conservatives because it's like, well, if you're for freedom, this is part of freedom for people that aren't in your specific little clique within freedom. You can elect to not do that. You can't make other people not do it.
Right. Yeah, so this was interesting. I'm not using this as like the basis for like why I'm not religious or anything. If people come in and think that, no, it's just something we're watching and I'm reacting. And as Angus said, like he said, he's trying to lead me along with this to understand disciple. If I was watching this myself, I would probably have tuned out after the first minute or so, going, I don't know what they're talking about.
No, I was like instantly irritated hearing it, but then it's like, especially with you, it's like entertaining because you're also like, what? But then I'm like,
even more so like, what? Because I like it sounds so insane.
But then I hear this, and it's like some of it calls me back to like, oh yeah, I remember being in this donation, like this is like a big view, and I don't know, it's just fascinating that like some things that people just like cling to or think like, well, I got to follow this, and this is the interpretation, and it's like this is like everyday thought pattern for some people. Again, there was that weird guy at the movie store where someone like, oh, I like to edit. I edit a Disney movie so it's safe for my kids, and I'm like, they're kids? What? I mean, maybe now with some of like the outright gay agenda stuff or whatever, I could see that, but like he's talking about Frozen. I'm like, what? Why would you even show him Frozen? Because like she's doing magic basically.
All right. Magic.
So I don't know if it wasn't clear what he was editing, but that's like my instant guess is like, well, why would you even show her? Because like it's kind of the whole point of the movie is she can't control her magic.
Well, so would Toy Story be considered magic because there's talking toys that move around in the universe and stuff? But
like hiding from people, hiding in plain sight.
Buzz Lightyear's demonic.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sure
Sure.
someone could turn like, oh, look, here's all this hidden signs of Satan in Toy Story. It's like,
Or Woody's the devil. Actually, he pushed Buzz off the ledge. He took his arm when he needed. He manipulates his friends to get what he wants.
well, that'd be funny because like they would see all that. It's like, right, that is the growth of Woody. He overcomes these evil.
But in the end, they
desires.
were all going to burn in the hellfire. But they got saved at the last second. It's like, man, they were gonna burn in hell.
Well, it's funny if you want to go that angle. It's like, well, in the Toy Story world, at least for our toys, the claw worship is clearly valid because that is the saving grace of the toys is the worshippers of the claw.
Yes. The claw.
It's like that's like a
You have been chosen.
right. It's like it's like, well, they are completely. It's like the cave idea. It's like they're completely oblivious to the outside world.
Farewell, my friends. I'm going to a better place. I love that.
It's like, well, yeah, they think it's because they don't know anything else outside of this machine. They don't even know how it works, and it's all just like random passersby put a coin in. It's actually the will of random individuals manipulating your undeified object. But yeah, that's another funny thing about religion. You see it where it's like, oh, well, they used to worship this thing. That's so silly. And it's like, well, they didn't know anything. So I think that's why the Greek mythology is so interesting too, is because there's obvious little things within it where it's like, oh, well, like they deified this, or this is a great power or something. Now he knows, oh, that's just like clouds hitting each other making sound, for like thunder. But so much of it is like, oh, these are like human entities that like have like they covet, they're jealous, they're greedy, they're lustful, all these like human inherent qualities that are usually negative in their outcome. It's very interesting because they weren't really, there was like lesser things of like, oh, like this animal's sacred, or like it don't, you don't give offerings of pork to Aphrodite because I think Adonis was killed by a boar. So it's like blasphemy basically to give pork to Aphrodite. But otherwise they're not really worshiping it. The animals they're worshiping are like the Minotaur, as an idea. It's not really an animal, it's a humanoid.
Yeah.
Pan. And it's like very interesting. It's probably just accumulative. They get more enlightened, more knowledge, so they can kind of think of fancier things than cavemen, but it's all rooted in the same like, well, that's something that dictates our life. So, oh man, better pray to the volcano so it doesn't erupt and kill us. That I guess but this was fun. We're out here. Talk to y'all probably next week. I work overnight, so I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work. Farewell. Fuck, I almost hit the exit.